Chapter 91, Death Zone, Lifeland. Chapter 91, Death Zone, Lifeland. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the Nine Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the academy. Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the Nine Heavens Road. Nine Heavens Road. Is he mad? He's only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman, defying the academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession. Scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the Nine Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death. That's true, but isn't it still death if he charges into the Nine Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the Nine Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through. If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity. Body has ever made it through as an essence Qi realm. In the Dan Wu Academy, the Nine Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it, since the establishment of the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy, which student who challenged the Nine Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius, but only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yi Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, Body thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the Nine Heavens Road. That was to say, Yi Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level essence Qi realm to take on a death road which made essence Qi realms despair. Essence Qi realm students who challenged the Nine Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of essence Qi realms on the Nine Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the passing rate. Hence, Yi Yuan was not challenging it, but committing suicide. It seemed like Yi Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time Body thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yi Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu'er without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu'er lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yi Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu'er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. 9-in absolute meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yi Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the 9-in absolute meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yi Yuan, Miss Lu'er, she. Could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu'er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Zhiro by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today and did not quarrel with Yi Yuan blindly. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Unless my master was here otherwise." Sigh. With Lu'er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhang Heng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Zhiro did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhang Heng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu'er, even your problems would go away as well. Yi Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and Co. would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yi Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing, who wanted to ask but kept holding back her tongue, which was why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yi Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legends. If he was present, how would Su Yubai dare to be unbridled? But the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi realms. Isn't it equivalent to going to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Huinyong had been convinced by Yi Yuan, they still did not think well of Yi Yuan. It's not just them. Body in the entire Dan Wu Academy had high hopes of Yi Yuan. That's right. Back then, when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level essence, Qi realm. Why don't you take Lu'er and run? Feng Zhiro also joined in from the side. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, You think Su Yubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp. All right. Thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pass through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Zhiro cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not buy it either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Qi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but REA's assuring words. Haha, you can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Masters might Serpa. SES your imagination, so you should also have faith in me, Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Huinyong that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in Array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again? Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him. Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him 3 days later, at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Danwu Academy was virtually a ghost town, as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th level essence, Qi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, The incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had surpassed, said their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though body believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of antic. 1 Asian. On another mountain, facing the 9 Heavens peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the 9 Heavens road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Su Yubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Zhubugue, Sui Shan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, Old Long, why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke. No need to take it seriously, right? Zhubugue pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful. What do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right? We don't talk about that. Let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zhubugue was utterly amazed when he heard that, because Long Tang's reply was don't know, instead of can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan. Even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously, the result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zhubugue did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. 9 Heavens Road. Even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tiancheng before? And the result? Oh, please. This and that aren't the same things, okay? Even 100 Lin Tianchengs together can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianchengs added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zhubugue had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zhubugue suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zhubugue. Yet this existence actually lifted his gaze now and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zhubugue suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it and only said coolly, did you forget the phrase that has been said down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be Serpa. As said. Long Tang sucked in deeply and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him. Sigh. Even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zhubugue also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to Serpa. You and me anymore. He can't make it past the 9 Heavens Road. Zhubugue suddenly added, This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a Siv mountain. Could Yi Yuan make it across? Humph. This Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah, indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed. Another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Changxing, on the other hand, smiled and said, Nine Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he and Essence Chi Realm can make it through. He has to die anyway, yet he's delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, an body refuted it. Preparations, indeed, did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them sentence him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, and body had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the Nine Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in the Nine Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the Nine Heavens Road. But body succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they are already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pa S through the Nine Heavens Road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the Essence Chi Realm, so how could he pa S? Who among those Essence Chi Realm students that dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those Essence Chi Realm students who went to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak, who among them were not at the 9th level Essence Chi Realm or even the peak of the Essence Chi Realm, all of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro, as well as a black-faced Huinyong. Everyone directly ignored Huinyong and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle Luer down properly. Early morning. Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Luer suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Luer before he could set his mind at ease and come to the Nine Heavens Peak. So naturally he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the Nine Heavens Peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmen. HI+P. Looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This Nine Heavens Road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the Nine Heavens Road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the Nine Heavens Road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet first. Chapter 93. Strong Gale. Chapter 93. Strong Gale. I swear upon the heavenly Tao, once I step onto the Nine Heavens Road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan Pa as sage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and Co., and he said, "Help me take good care of Luer. I'll be back soon." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow 9 heavens road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steppes. The entire strip of 9 heavens road had transformed into another world. A world constant toot of countless green stone steps. Indeed a little interesting. Looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. There are many things aren't present in the divine realm. This 9 heavens road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments. And this array formation is a unique school of thought. It's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil Cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the divine realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this 9 heavens road is so hard to pass through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this 9 heavens road's array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold, as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally he was the target. The concept of wind. Looks like this 9 heavens road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care had been expended on this. Except using this sort training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong, violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations, integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people, instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the 9 heavens road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy S, H, I, plus ELDs in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even spirit condensation realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of essence chi realms. If essence chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% to 40%. And this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if essence chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this PAC omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind in Kampa, said within these gale winds to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero, sword technique already in Kampa, said an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except Yi Yuan's essence Qi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind. That's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the essence Qi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens Road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around nonstop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens Road like that? I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past, when those people challenged the Nine Heavens Road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah, according to the senior's speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test, which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Look, Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued, walking up steadily. One look and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have said through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly. Hu Yannyong stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the students. These things were summed up using the experience from students, fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were. Regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Qi Realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier. But Yi Yuan managed to pass S through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94. Cruce.H.I. Plussing all resistance. Chapter 94. Cruce. H.I. Plussing all resistance. Nine Heavens Road, 999 steps. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only said the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, seeing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Qi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 steps. Yeah, one look and you can tell that this Yi Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gaps. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Qi Realm. That is the truth that body can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi realm was at the middle 333 steps. Even if Yi Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 steps. Zhang Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yi Yuan's performance gave Huyan Yong and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they are lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yi Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all. Huyan Yong said agitatedly. Yi Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps he might really make it? Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. TCH, that fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Zhiro recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Ruoqing remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yi Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yi Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yi Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the Spirit Bristle Divine King will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine art not to activate essence energy protection, but to completely release his aura to let his essence energy erupt out. Then Yi Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he said by, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the Spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine art was simply a joke. The Spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on the Spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine art's ultimate technique, 9 suns burning heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 suns burning heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous divine kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, body dared to provoke him. Even though Yi Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he was, he would still be the king of all beasts. All laid dormant where he said. Yi Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yi Yuan said through the second round, Flame Sea, with unbelievable speed. Yi Yuan had to waste around an incense of time to avoid the strong gales in order to the first round. As for this second round, Yi Yuan said it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic world. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet, this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle Nine Young Divine art. Yi Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan crossed 99 steps. Next was the 4th round, Gravity World. 5th round, Thick Earth World. 6th round, Water World. All the way until the 10th world. Yi Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yi Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the tranquil cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These concepts of 5 elements, as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Qing Yunzi plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence Qi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on is potential. Looking from that perspective, this Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it? The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. 6th level essence, Qi realm Pa-S. Sing the 9 heavens road? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 9 heavens road was a forbidden ground for essence Qi realm martial artists. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan Pa-S said the first 333 steps, Su Yubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One could not blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed in Pa-S, sing the rounds, was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who Pa-S said through the 9 heavens road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was naturally very clear on that. However, body among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those spirit condensation realm students who Pa-S said. Even the Mo Yuntian, who was BRIMMING with talent, spent an entire day to Pa-S the first 333 steps, but Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times, that of Mo Yuntian's? Su Yubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. Chapter 95, Long Tang's Transformation. I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the 9 heavens road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zwabugue looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping, consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month, becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation, leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tianqing. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the 9 heavens road which no essence chi realm had ever said through before. This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius students. Yeah, there's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zhubuguwei sighed in admiration. All this while, only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhubuguwei's arrogance. But now his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhubuguwei was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body, like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, Old Long? Heart of a powerhouse? Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this, all right? Zhubuguwei asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhubuguwei, but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse? A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is, but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhubuguwei, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What? You want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zhubuguwei jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even pass through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place Yi Yuan reincarnated in was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the endless forest, because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the endless world into the north and south domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, Old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the endless world if you lose your life? Zhubuguwei was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now even the rank one on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually, but even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zhubuguwei was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand that victory and defeat lie in one thought, strong and weak. Also lies in a single thought. Zhubuguwei, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zhubuguwei. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zhubuguwei was rank 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Zhiro could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zhubuguwei was actually not that large. But now Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world? How could Zhubuguwei feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, old Long? Zwabugo kept away that trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yuan, I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zwabugo also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, could this transformation separate both of them into two different worlds? How was that possible? Just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zwabugo swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say, even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate, and he still dared to try it? Wasn't this courting death? Yes, Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tiancheng, but he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself and surpassing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the Nine Heavens Road, there might still be an 8 Heavens Road, 10 Heavens Road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually seeing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of men. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zwabugo's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zwabugo was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the tranquil cloud sect. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body, except for Zwabugo. But even Zwabugo could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zwabugo then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zwabugo, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look. Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah, he stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the Nine Heavens Road. hailed as the death zone for all Essence Chi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the Nine Heavens Road starts from the middle, 333-step stage. The vast majority of those Essence Chi realms who came to challenge the Nine Heavens Road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Her. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. But he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The scariest part of the Nine Heavens Road is still the final 333 steps. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the Nine Heavens Road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all Essence Chi realms, Nine Heavens Road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Su Yubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to tackle the Nine Heavens Road? Conceited, seeking his own destruction. Even though he was filled with wild joy, Su Yubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yi Yuan would rather challenge the Nine Heavens Road than come to the elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death. An elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road is the right of every student. Once you pass south the Nine Heavens Road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the High Sect's core disciple. This was set by the High Sect. No matter how powerful the Elders' Council is, it's not greater than the High Sect's rules, right? Hu Chongqing raised his eyelids and said coolly. Like everybody else, Hu Chongqing was also astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Chongqing's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yi Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the Heaven Rank Advancement Test in the future and become the Tranquil Cloud Sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Compet. 1. Tie in and be chosen as a core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud Sect. But now, Yi Yuan was going to fall on the Nine Heavens Road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politics. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Chongqing, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes, even with Yi Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Chongqing did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the Nine Heavens Road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the students. The further one went along the Nine Heavens Road, the more challenging it became, especially at the last 333 steps. The difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Chongqing's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect? Was that not seeking death? Ow. Presently, Yi Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the Pill Refinement Room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Feng Ruoqing's refinement room. It could be called extravagant, Yi Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect. Because the alchemy D realm was his lifelong goal. Limitless cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the divine realm. It was formerly Yi Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yi Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yi Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room. But Yi Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yi Yuan entered the Nine Heavens Road's second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yi Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straight away. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the Nine Heavens Road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly and finally lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back then, spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qing Yunzi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qing Yunzi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master. Even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this Nine Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Except seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens Road was extremely remarkable to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave just like that after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of GRAS, and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same, because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Chapter 97, Heart Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, Yana?" That familiar, yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice, even if he turned to ashes, because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Zhangyang. Zhangyang Zi and Qingyun Zi were only pleased that the outside world dedicated to them. Qingyun Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of Alchemy Emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an Alchemy Emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the alchemy emperor. And the vastness of an alchemy emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Xingyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Xingyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, Yuner?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qingyan, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. "Father, when Yuner was preparing the herbs just now, I used the melancholy gathering GRAS and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this." Melancholy gathering GRAS was a 9th rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyan's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry nonstop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie, even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Xingyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Xingyang laughed when he heard it. "Yuner is overly careless. Even father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering GRAS. How could you be so careless?" Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. Father is right. Yuner will be more careful next time. Ji Xingyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh, Yuner, Father knows that you are infatuated with the alchemy Tao, but there isn't only the alchemy Tao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Father. Yuner knows when to stop." Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, You. What do you want me to say about you? The alchemy Tao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point. Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up, but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead he fell behind in all aspects. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yi Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated and body knew what was happening inside, Yi Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yi Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Xingyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Father. It's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time." Ji Xingyang then smiled and said, "So that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine. But if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin, when I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why Father came to look for this child. Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yi Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yi Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Jingyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Jingyang mentioned it did Yi Yuan suddenly awaken. This so-called Pill Appreciation Grand A.S. assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What Pill Appreciation Grand A.S. assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing Grand A.S. assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Zhanyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qingyin was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Zhenyang was dead, and his doubt dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yi Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yi Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wisconsin H.I. plussing to overturn a colossal bring such as the Medicine King Hall? The force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what? If he could not take revenge for father, then what was the point of him? Ji Qingyin reincarnating? He, Ji Qingyin, lived his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of IGN oblique life? Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qingyin would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qingyin was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy Ji. During his previous life, he could become the martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little 9 heavens road thwart me, Ji Qingyin, on my heaven-trampling journey? Don't worry, father. It's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even as surging waves billowed in his heart. Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength, but also the strength of the heart. Haha, then I can rest at ease, Ji Zhenyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98. Heart like still water. Chapter 98. Heart like still water. There was complete silence at the foot of the 9 heavens peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the 5th step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 steps. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. from the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's Russ, H.I. plussing style involuntarily, gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, body thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the Pa-S sing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step, there were still 328 steps behind. How would he Pa-S? Humph. Playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm, and the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in steps. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the 5th step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhang Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Changsheng looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhang Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the students' performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm, because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm, and in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived, non-stop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity. A pinnacle genius who could have been extraordinarily splendors actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far, because he failed to show restraint. Yeah, too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate. That's why he challenged the Academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tiancheng was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then. Let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Kenglin once again. Haha, you finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days. I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to Master and washed my hands off this matter. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Kenglin laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind, even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Kenglin, because that was meaningless. He wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse, and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that Heart Realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined to a certain extent the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, Heart Realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with the higher Heart Realm. To Yi Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Tao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle, except the AS. Assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out. Ji Kanglin was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Body could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden. The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglin and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and substitute I, toot himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The Pill Appreciation Grand A.S. Assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglin finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the Pill Appreciation Grand A.S. Assembly, which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Xingyang and Ji Qingyin were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it. Ji Kanglin pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Xingyang. Ji Xingyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, Now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yun'er's life. Hearing that, Ji Kanglin smiled sinisterly. My apologies, respectable master. I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice brother Yun's talent is a Stonies. Plussing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Finus. Plussing. Ji Kanglin swung his long sword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Xingyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Xingyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Xingyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglin. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglin howled, You miserable old fool! You actually ignited your divine soul. Do you want your soul to dissipate? Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Xingyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Tsunglong also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly, and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglin held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yin. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglin said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglin's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim, fainter and hazier. Finally it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, "Is this heart like still water?" Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Chapter 99, Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion, opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Su Yubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yi Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens Road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch anymore either. Waste of time. Time to go, time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Su Yubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yi Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were sure Yi Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Su Yubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look! Yi Yuan moved. And he's actually meditating on the spot? What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yi Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yi Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculations spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Hu Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Zhiro, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Hu Yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoqing, on the other hand, continued to watch Yi Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. "What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong?" Hu Yong asked curiously. "Teacher Huyen, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura isn't quite right?" Hu Yong felt Yi Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal! Why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoqing shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear of the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yi Yuan. But they discovered that Yi Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished? Could it be that he's already dead? Su Yubai had clearly also discovered Yi Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Elder Su, that Yi Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the Nine Heavens Road?" With Elder Lin's words, Su Yubai became even more certain about his idea. Quas, plussing the wild elation in his heart. Su Yubai nodded and said, "Although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already." Snort, slighting the elders' counsel. This outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Haha, Dean, who already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and he's already dead now, it also counts as us elders' council enforcing the Academy's rules. Su Yubai's current mood was evidently excellent and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yi Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Changxing looked at Yi Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven rank students with higher cultivation also discovered Yi Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yi Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Yi Yuan actually died on the 5th step. Oh, Old Long, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he's already a has-been. You also saw the terror of the 9 Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? Zhuobugui said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the 1st stage so smoothly. How could he possibly fall at the 5th step in the 2nd stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zhuobugui's words, Long Tang nodded and said, even if the 9 Heavens Road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perish. Plus, you're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the 1st place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. 1st place? What the point of 1st place in the Dan Wu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. Sigh, you've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, Old Long? He's clearly already. What's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The 9 Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the 9 Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy, an essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Hu Yanyong and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is heart like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the heart like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of heart realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, so how did he do it? Huyen Yong sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back, and now he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Hu Yanyong was astounded, but seeing how Yi Yuan was so peerlessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what, Yi Yuan's relations, H.I. plus P with the academy was sowed. He also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level essence chi realm? Look at this amount of essence energy, teacher Huyen. Is it only the 7th level essence chi realm? Chapter 100. Peak 9th level essence chi realm. Chapter 100. peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Hu Yannyong stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Hu Yannyong was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy. Was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, heart like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Hu Yannyong could not help but look forward to it. This rascal really brings people surprises, repeatedly. Hu Yannyong was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level essence Qi realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the heart like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called heart like still water. Yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in heart realm. After raging, Su Yubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. "I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year." The words were still echoing in Su Yubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Su Yubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year? He can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Su Yubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle nine yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the Nine Heavens peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yi Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yi Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yi Yuan used heart like still water to revolve the spirit bristle nine yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yi Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather it followed naturally after the breakthrough in Heart Realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Qi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The Essence Energy Vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yi Yuan continued to refine Essence Energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal, he absorbed so much Essence Energy and only broke through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level Essence Qi realm. Yeah, what he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effects. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yi Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yi Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true. But how is Yi Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yi Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level essence Qi realm. Then it directly broke through to the 8th level essence Qi realm, following which Yi Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level essence Qi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yi Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm, just a single step away from the spirit condensation realm. The essence energy vortex dispersed, and Yi Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, "In the previous life, I cultivated to the Divine King level without having any breakthrough in Heart Realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the Essence Qi Realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough." Martial artists placed emphasis on essence energy, but disparaged Heart Realm. I didn't expect Heart Realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse Heaven-Man unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the Heart Realm, except it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Heart Realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively Heart, like still water, Heart, like monolith, and the mythical Heaven-Man unity. Heart Realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Heart, like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve heart like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach heart like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yi Yuan initially did not expect to break through the heart realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could RSE for when meeting Ji Kanglin in the future. Ji Kanglin's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the Divine King level once again, Yi Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yi Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Kanglin in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yi Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Jingyang died yet again due to protecting him, something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended heart like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Heart, like still water, was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the Divine King level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, heart like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical Heaven-Man unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the 9 Heavens Road had reached the heart like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this heart like still water if one didn't have Ma's Civ lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this nine heavens road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this nine heavens road had said his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the nine heavens road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the nine heavens road. This nine heavens road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his heart realm had already broken through to heart like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the third stage. Chapter 101. Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Chapter 101. Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Yi Yuan ascended the following steps like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Having reached the heart like still water realm, this nine heavens road's illusionary realm practically only existed nominally to him. He ascended one step after another, strong and firm, and crossed the entire second stage in an instant. Su Yubai's face turned completely black looking at this scene. He had already sentenced Yi Yuan to death twice and did not expect Yi Yuan to revive again. Not only did he revive, but he was also living even stronger. Now he could not leave nor could he stay. He stood there very awkwardly. He was not resigned to leaving either. If he did not witness Yi Yuan being annihilated by the nine heavens road with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease when eating and sleeping even if he returned. But he had already walked out of the pavilion. How could he not leave now? Could it be that he had to turn back, sit down, and be critical about it? He could not afford to lose his face. Su Yubai's face alternated colors several times. Finally, he swept his sleeves and left. The other elders actually really wanted to see if Yi Yuan could succeed in his challenge. This was a historic moment. However, they saw that Su Yubai had left, so they naturally did not find it appropriate to sit back down. They could only follow along. On the other side, Zhubuguwei watched Yi Yuan's steady footsteps and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. To actually break through in such a manner on the nine heavens road, he truly no longer knew how to describe Yi Yuan. But at this moment, Long Tang suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Zhubuguwei was stupefied and hurriedly asked, "You aren't watching any more, old Long?" Long Tang did not slow his footsteps and merely waved his hands with his back facing Zhubuguwei. The overall situation has been set. There's nothing to see anymore. I'll go make my preparations. The next one will be me. Finus. H.I. Plussing. Long Tang left straight away. The overall situation has been set. Zhubuguwei repeated this and then muttered, "He's so sure that Yi Yuan can clear it? Even if he already broke through to the 9th level Essence Qi realm, it's still only the Essence Qi realm. The last 333 steps are the most challenging segment of the road. Can an Essence Qi realm cross it?" Naturally, an "oh" body answered him. The only response he got was Long Tang's solid footsteps. Stepping onto the 667th step, the illusion in front of Yi Yuan immediately vanished and changed back to the nine heavens road's initial appearance, a set of steps connecting to the heavens. Yet, this time around, a green-robed elder appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He had a benevolent look, with the airs of an expert. "Young man, to have made it here shows that you're a person with unmatched talent. However, this third stage is the most challenging round in the entire Nine Heavens Road. Are you ready for it?" The old man actually opened his mouth to talk when he saw Yi Yuan. He actually had his own consciousness, but Yi Yuan already saw that he was an apparition at first glance. Hence, he was not overly alarmed. To actually leave a trace of divine sense behind on the Nine Heavens Road. Could it be that this Nine Heavens Road was created by Senior? Yi Yuan did not answer the old man's question, but asked another question instead. The old man could not help being surprised by Yi Yuan asking that. "You can actually see through my apparition? Such a wonder, a wonder. Looking at your bone age, you are 15 or 16 years old. Yet you have such knowledge. However, this 9 revolutions, turbid heaven array, was not created by this old man. Rather, it was created by my tranquil cloud sex founding ancestor, Yuya. This old man was about to reach the end of my lifespan. That's why I willingly split a wisp of my divine sense into the 9 heavens road to host the 3rd round. The green-robed old man twirled his beard with a smile as he revealed an admiring look. Clearly, he idolized that person, Yuya, greatly. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. Only now did he finally know the 9 heavens road's origins. It was actually established by the tranquil cloud sex founding father, Yuya. From this, one could see that Yuya was definitely a dazzlingly talented individual. Others might not understand, but Yi Yuan could tell that this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array employed the law of 9 and faintly incorporated the heavenly Tao. It was not something that the average person could construct. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could see that this 9 revolution turbid heaven array's power was far beyond this. What was set up on this 9 heavens peak was merely a simplified version of the Grand Array. The Danwu Academy was only the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect. How could the Tranquil Cloud sect possibly lay out the complete version of the array formation here? However, even if it was the simplified version, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was still an extremely remarkable array formation. So it turns out that it was created by founding ancestor Yu. No wonder it has such power. Yi Yuan could not resist praising it. And you actually comprehended heart like still water? The old man sized up Yi Yuan and was greatly surprised. Yi Yuan's mental state was calm, akin to an old well without ripples. Clearly, it was the sign of having comprehended heart like still water. The old man willingly guarded the stage. So he naturally understood the array considerably and was aware that this 2nd round incorporated the heart like still water concept. But he did not expect a 15-year-old brat to comprehend it. Yi Yuan smiled lightly, and he said, "This junior comprehended it by luck." Only now did the green-robed old man examine Yi Yuan closely and commented agitatedly, "Good, good, good. It's truly talented people will be born to take over the previous generation. Heaven is protecting my tranquil cloud sect. My tranquil cloud sect will surely revive in the future with such a talent. I've waited for a millennium, and finally I saw hope. Quickly tell me your name, young man." "This junior is Yi Yuan. May I know senior's name?" Yi Yuan asked respectfully. Yi Yuan was still very respectful in his heart towards a figure, like him, who sacrificed himself for the development of the sect. One had to know that this elder already did not have much lifespan back then. Splitting out divine sense to host the array formation would result in an even greater loss of lifespan. What reason did he have to be discourteous towards such a selfless person? Yi Yuan? Not bad, not bad. This old man is Lu Yan. I'm the Tranquil Cloud sect's 35th generation. Marshall Hall Master. So senior is the Marshall Hall's Hall Master. This junior pays his respect. Yi Yuan bowed respectfully. Haha, quickly get up, quickly get up. I'm already a dead person. So what's the point of you doing this sort of empty courtesy? I've already hosted this array for over 100 years. My divine sense is about to be exhausted already. To be able to encounter a peerless genius such as yourself before I perish, this old man can die peacefully. Through special means, divine sense could indeed be sustained for a long time, but there would come the day where it would eventually perish. This Lu Yan's divine sense could at most hold on for another 10 years. At that time, it would completely dissipate from this world. A former powerhouse, yet he still had to return to dust. This was Lu Yan's desolation and also the anguish of all martial artists. Even an unparalleled divine king could not overcome the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Lu Yen was a broad-minded person. He had long treated life and death lightly. I've hosted the 9 revolutions, turbid heaven array, for nearly 200 years. Yet the number of students I met were barely around 10 people. Only that brat called Mo Yuntian from several years back left some impression on me. But compared to you, he was much more inferior. Senior is too kind. Yi Yuan naturally would not blow his own trumpet in front of Lu Yen. Although Lu Yen only hosted for nearly 200 years, he was obviously extremely clear on the situation inside this 9 Heavens Road. Those so-called geniuses did not even register on his radar. How could one talk about being a genius if they could not even make it past 3 rounds? What the Tranquil Cloud sect required were not this kind of genius. What was needed were geniuses who could revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, rally and lead them. The purpose of the 9 Heavens Road's existence also laid here. While Mo Yuntian made it past the 9 Heavens Road, it was merely luck. Heart like still water, and this 3rd round was where the true essence of the 9 Heavens Road laid. Otherwise, why would there be a need to sacrifice a Marshall Hall's Hall Head's lifespan to host the array formation? Can you promise me something, young man? Lu Yen suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Chapter 102, All-Out Array Formations. Does Senior Lu want me to aid the Tranquil Cloud sect to eclipse the other sects? From the exchange of words previously, Yi Yuan naturally knew Lu Yan's thoughts. Haha, this child is teachable. You indeed understood from just a bit. However, I don't only want you to eclipse the various sects in the southern domain. What I wish for even more is for you to lead the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. Lu Yen said agitatedly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't Senior Lu thinking too highly of me? I'm just a junior at the Essence Qi realm. You don't have to be modest. To be able to comprehend heart like still water, your future accomplishments are limitless. I only hope that when you possess sufficient strength, you will remember the water's source. That's all. Lu Yen was already a dead man, so he naturally would not demand great help from his shallow relations. HI plus P. If the request were too overboard, Yi Yuan would never agree. Even if he promised, it would also be impossible for him to do it in the future. Remembering the water's source, these 4 words, I tee the spot nicely. It pointed out that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were due to the Tranquil Cloud sect, yet it did not mention any specific request. What to do in the future would still have to rely on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were an ingrate, then these words would obviously be wasted. But if Yi Yuan were someone who valued loyalty and relations, HI plus PS greatly, these words would have buried a seed inside Yi Yuan's heart. Hearing that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior worries too much. I'm originally a disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Contributing to the sect is expected of me. Lu Yen nodded with a smile. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's reply. He did not need Yi Yuan to promise him anything. It was good enough for Yi Yuan to remember that the Tranquil Cloud sect was good to him. As for whether Yi Yuan could reach that height in the future, Lu Yen had never doubted it. Back then, Yu Wuya's talent did not stand out at all. But ever since he fully comprehended heart like still water in the spirit condensation realm, and, body could stop his rise anymore. Even if Yi Yuan did not reach Yu Wuya's height, at the very least, he would have adequate strength to bring the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. The power difference between the northern and southern domains was rather huge. The truly mighty sects in the endless world were mainly all in the northern domain. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect was also a major sect in the northern domain. Afterward, because their new generation could not handle things like the older generation, they were swallowed up by the other sects and even nearly lost their foundation. All these years, the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon had never given up on the goal of returning to the northern domain. However, the tranquil cloud 10 nations were poor and barren lands, and their talents were zilch. How could it be easy to want to return to the northern domain? There were also a few people who made it past the 9 Heavens Road these past few years among the tranquil cloud 10 nations Dan Wu Academy. But not a single person had comprehended heart like still water. Lu Yen laughed and exclaimed, "Haha, to be able to hear your words, the knot in this old man's heart these few years is finally resolved. Counting the main sect's 9 Heavens Road, there are still 10 old undying guarding the stage like this old fellow. But they don't have my fortune. I didn't think that I could witness you crossing the 9 Heavens Road in my living years. This old man can finally paw S away with a smile." One could see that Lu Yen was indeed extremely satisfied, and he no longer cared about life and death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior doesn't have to be pessimistic. Heaven does not seal off all roads. Perhaps you still have the chance to witness the day the tranquil cloud sect returns to the northern domain." Lu Yen smiled, and he waved his hands. "Don't comfort old me, little brat. Life and death are up to fate. This old man has already seen past it." Lu Yen thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. But with Yi Yuan's methods, it was not impossible to bring Lu Yen back from the dead as long as he had adequate strength. Yi Yuan did not explain anything either. It would be up to Lu Yan's fate whether or not he could hang on until that day. If he had sufficient strength in the future and Lu Yan's divine sense had not dissipated yet, he would come and help Lu Yen. All right, enough of this nonsense. Even though you comprehended heart like still water, you still have to paw S this third round. The third round's raison d'etre is my tranquil cloud sect's supreme skill, the Azure Dipper Purple Young sword art. The might of this set of sword technique is unrivaled. How much you can comprehend is up to you. I will control the power of the array. If you can't hold on, I will withdraw the array and directly let you paw S through the third round." Lu Yen said, "The 9 Heavens Road had stood for 1,000 years before a genius who could comprehend the heart like still water realm came." Lu Yen did not wish for Yi Yuan to be killed by the array. That would be playing too big and risky. After all, Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level essence Qi realm. His chances of making it through the third stage were honestly not that great. Many thanks for Senior's concern. But please don't control the power of the array formation. If I don't even dare to take on the 9 Heavens Road, then what qualifications does this junior have to help the sect return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan rejected Lu Yan's good intentions instead. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually receive this sort of preferential treatment. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. He comprehended heart like still water in the second round, so he became curious about the third stage. Even heart like still water was only placed in the second round. If one paw S said the third round, what benefits could they receive? At this point, he would no longer look down on the tranquil cloud sect. Yu Wuya was an absolute genius, but why had he never heard of his name before in the divine realm? But to be able to comprehend heart like still water in the lower realms, the sword art he left behind was definitely worth a look. Lu Yen naturally did not know what Yi Yuan was thinking, and thought that it was because of his pride and arrogance. He could not resist to persuade Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the power of this Azure Dipper Purple Young sword art is extraordinary. Even for the sake of testing genius students, there were still many spirit condensation realm students who fell to this sword art. Although you comprehended the heart like still water realm, your power is shallow after all. It's better to think first before you act. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't Senior tell me to comprehend the sword art just now? If you control the might of the sword art, then how can my insights be deep? If I learn a half S Azure Dipper Purple Young sword art later, then wouldn't it be a joke?" This. Lu Yen had no words to retort with. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Senior, This junior is aware that you are doing this for my own good. But which true powerhouse grew up inside a greenhouse? Wanting to become an expert of my generation in a completely stable and safe way is undoubtedly a fool's talk. I believe that Senior Yuya also went through nearly certain death back then before he could have such achievements, right? Lu Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh after hearing that, and then he said, "Looks like this old man was mistaken. I actually couldn't see things as clearly as a teenage brat like you. Forget it, forget it. Regardless of time or fate, try your best." Yi Yuan bowed towards Lu Yan and said, "Many thanks to Senior for allowing it." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Lu Yan's figure vanished, and the array immediately seethed with killing intent. Yi Yuan could feel that this was a true blue killing array. One would lose their life on the spot if they let their guard down. At the same time, the back segment of the Nine Heavens Road became enshrouded in clouds. Yi Yuan's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. Everybody could feel the waves of killing intent coming from the Nine Heavens Road. Even those spirit condensation realm martial artists also felt their scalp tingle involuntarily. Even the outside world could sense such vivid killing intent, let alone Yi Yuan, who was residing within the array. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their initial confidence in Yi Yuan turned into anxiousness right now. They knew that Yi Yuan was about to face the most terrifying stage. Could he really make it through? Chapter 103. Sword Intent versus Sword Intent. Chapter 103. Sword Intent versus Sword Intent. What's going on? The power of this array is not right. Hu Yanyong felt a chill run down his back when he sensed the surging killing intent from the Nine Heavens Road. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows and said, "Why would the third stage have such incredible power?" "That's right. I was also present back then when Mo Yuntian challenged the Nine Heavens Road. There wasn't such a piercingly cold sword intent from the third stage. Could it be because Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water?" Hu Yanyong sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Nine Heavens Roads array will become stronger when it encounters someone stronger. Could it be that the Nine Heavens Roads judgment of Yi Yuan had already Serpa?" said Mo Yuntian. "But he's only at the 9th level essence Qi realm." Even though he's only at the 9th level essence Qi realm, Mo Yuntian had not comprehended heart like still water. It was said that he crossed the second stage with a ragged appearance, far from how effortlessly Yi Yuan did it. There's only this explanation. Hopefully, nothing happens to Yi Yuan. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the array possessed such incredible might because Yi Yuan himself requested for it. To make the guardian of the stage invoke the array at full power, Yi Yuan was probably unprecedented and unrepeatable. At the foot of the mountain, many students were forced back by the raging sword intent. The initially packed plaza was currently split into multiple segments. The front rows were mainly spirit condensation realm students. They were still able to withstand the encroachment of the sword intent. Behind them was a vast stretch of empty S, P, AC, and behind the empty S, P, AC were those Earth rank students. Those even further out at the periphery were students with inadequate strength. Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the storm, on the other hand, did not show the slightest signs of discomfort towards the violent sword intent. He stood with his hands behind his back while the fierce wind worked up by the sword intent tore his clothes. But Yi Yuan himself remained completely unmoved, like a pine tree. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's disposition was drastically different from usual. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a sharp sword, and he was resonating with those raging sword intents. You actually have your own sword intent as well. Seeing the situation, Lu Yan was completely taken aback, as his voice transmitted from the void. This junior was lucky to have comprehended some sword intent. Compared to Senior Yu Wuya's sword intent, it's still far from it. It's just able to forcefully protect myself. Yi Yuan was just being modest. How could his falling flower floating zero sword intent possibly be inferior to Yu Ya's? Except Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was not high, and he himself also had the intention of restraining his sword intent to protect his body. That was why he did not unleash it around. But in terms of the sword intent's level, Yu Ya was just a lower realm expert back then. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath with Yi Yuan? One had to know that when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero sword, even the extreme sword divine king could not stop praising it. All right, since that's the case, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack now. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, "Feel free to attack, senior." Then Yi Yuan trod across the steps while braving the sword shadows filling the skies. One step, second step, third step. Yi Yuan walked all the way for 30 steps. Yet the azure sword shadows which filled the skies did not descend from start to the end. It just kept mulling more and more. It was evident that Lu Yen had already pushed the quant. 1. Tie of these azure sword shadows to the limits, all for the final 33 steps where the attack would begin to land. Under so many sword shadows descend, even steel would also be shredded to rotten mud. These sword shadows were formed by sword intent. Under the influence of Lu Yen, the killing power would be extremely blood-curdling. The students who challenged the stage in the past, including Mo and Tian, all faced almost certain death under these sword shadows. But the sword shadows that Yi Yuan was facing currently were several times, even dozens of times greater than what the others had experienced. Even if a spirit condensation realm came to the third stage, it would be tough to say whether or not they would be able to retreat fully. But Yi Yuan was presently behaving like nothing was wrong, and he strode out to the first of the 33 steps without hesitation. As expected, the sky full of sword shadows stabbed towards Yi Yuan like raindrops and looked like it was about to pierce Yi Yuan full of holes like a beehive. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan wielded his fingers like a sword and pointed to those sword shadows. A streak of faintly discernible sword chi shot towards those sword shadows. The imperceptible sword chi was engulfed instantly. Yi Yuan did not seem to give up resisting. His sword fingers drew a half arc in midair and finally pointed to his right. At the next moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The sword rain which obscured the skies actually collectively flew out to the right of Yi Yuan in front of that arc Yi Yuan drew before him and vanished entirely into the void. What? Yo, how did you do that? From the void came Lu Yan's alarmed voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, this junior has some understanding in the application of sword intent. These sword intents might appear to be extremely powerful, but in reality, they are just rootless scattered and not condensed. I used sword intent to tow them, so they would naturally deviate off course. This is an artful way of using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. SSF. Have some understanding?" Lu Yen muttered to himself. This sort of thing was easy to say, but to actually do it was extremely difficult. Forget about some knowledge toward sword intent. It would be incredibly arduous for even those who understood sword intent very well to do this. Lu Yen spent his entire life immersed in the azure dipper purple yang sword art, and he had remarkably profound understanding toward sword intent. But if he were the one just now, he might perhaps be able to do it, but he definitely could not do it like how Yi Yuan lifted a heavy object as if it was light. Only now did Lu Yen knew just how exaggerated Yi Yuan's some understanding was. But this way, Lu Yen could finally put his heart completely at ease. He could also totally unleash the array formations at the back now. The greater Yi Yuan's strength was, the higher the hopes of the Tranquil Cloud sect returning to the northern domain. The second of the 33 steps, the quant. 1. Tie of the sword intent decreased to 1,000. This time around, Yi Yuan used 2 fingers before he could draw the sword intent away. The third of the 33 steps, the quant. 1. tie of the sword intent decreased by another 10 times. There were only 100. This time around, Yi Yuan unleashed 5 fingers. The number of sword intents of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art became increasingly lesser, while the number of fingers Yi Yuan used progressively increased. It was very clear that while the number of sword intents lessened, the power was multiple times greater than before. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such incredible power, the attack of my falling flower floating zero sword is lacking, but it has no flaws to be exploited when using it for defense. Even so, this 100 sword intents could actually force me to use 5 fingers. Truly impressive. Yi Yuan was also full of praise in his heart. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan had already arrived at the final step of the 33 steps. This time, only one beam of sword intent condensed in front of Yi Yuan. But when Yi Yuan laid eyes on this sword intent, this face changed to a never-before-seen solemnness. This streak of sword intent was where the true meaning of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art lied. Like before, Yi Yuan took a step forward. The sword intent did not strike immediately, but gradually became corporeal. Be careful, Yi Yuan. This beam of sword intent is the pinnacle work of founding ancestor. It has unbelievable power. Even if you comprehended sword intent, you still have to be careful when dealing with it, Lu Yan warned. Yi Yuan said with a solemn face, "Many thanks for Senior's warning." Yi Yuan knows. Previously, those sword intents were overflowing with sword qi. But this time around, Yi Yuan could not even feel the slightest trace of sword qi leaking out. From this, one could tell just how consolidated this streak of sword intent was. When Yi Yuan's foot landed on the 9 Heavens Road's 999th step, the streak of sword intent finally mobilized. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. And, just now, I clearly still felt that incredible sword intent. Why is there nothing now? Could it be that Yi Yuan succeeded in passing the stage? Hu Yan-yong suddenly exclaimed. If he succeeded in passing this round, the 9 Heavens Peak will condense a rainbow road to send him down the mountain. Feng Ruoqing's words meant that Yi Yuan still had not said the stage successfully. But what's this situation? Could Yi Yuan have? Being completely unable to view the situation inside the 9 Heavens Road, Hu Yan-yong's imagination started running wild. Stop making wild guesses. We should just wait patiently. However, the 9 Heavens Road this time is truly somewhat peculiar. I wonder what Yi Yuan encountered inside. Since the final streak of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art started condensing, Yi Yuan already completely stopped unleash. Plussing the sword intent from his body and shut his eyes. It seemed like he had completely given up on resisting. What are you doing, Yi Yuan? This streak of sword intent is extraordinary. You will die like this. Lu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan ignored Lu Yan. In reality, he had already entered a selfless state and sealed his 5 senses up. In Yi Yuan's world, there was only that utterly terrifying sword intent left in front of him. He was savoring the sword intent of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on purpose. While on this road, Yi Yuan had used the falling flower floating zero sword intent to guide the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and it was not a simple evasion of sword intent. Since the original intention of this array was to allow future generations to study the sword art, then this set of sword techniques would not place emphasis on killing. Except, this sword art was too powerful. Students were unable to comprehend it, which was why they fell here. From countless streaks, sword intents, to 1,000 streaks, then 100 streaks, 10 streaks, and finally 1 streak. The quant, 1, tie decreased, but the power progressively increased. It looked like this was the effect brought forth due to the manifestation of sword intent. But with Yi Yuan's experience, it was naturally not so shallow. These final 333 steps were actually the process of how Yi Wuya gradually deepened his understanding towards sword intent. And this final sword was the most powerful sword intent which Yi Wuya left behind in the endless world. If this final sword came out right away, then it would have been impossibly difficult to comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art's sword intent. But the ingenious part was that Yi Wuya derived the forms on the steps from his lifetime's comprehension. This resulted in the possibility of allowing the challenger to comprehend sword intent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the challenger could survive under such cold, piercing sword intent. And, body could be like Yi Yuan to have the thoughts to comprehend the sword intent leisurely, although the Nine Heavens Road was rather MPY. Yi Yuan had to admit that Yi Wuya had expended much care and thought for future generation disciples. Why aren't you using sword intent, Yi Yuan? Seeing that streak of sword intent about to fire, Lu Yan's anxious voice transmitted over once more. The sword intent was already fully activated. Even he had no way of stopping that sword intent anymore. Yi Yuan actually withdrew his own sword intent at the most critical moment, which caught him totally off guard. Swizz. H. Plus, when Yi Yuan's feet landed on the 999th step, that sword intent suddenly activated. The sword intent converged without spreading, but Lu Yan was aware of this sword's terror. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes remained shut, as if he was unaware of the impending danger. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, and he instantly appeared in front of Yi Yuan. A faint phantom stretched his hand out to draw a circle in front of him. A streak of sword intent condensed and shot out. However, this streak of sword intent was just like an ant encountering an elephant when compared to that streak of sword intent which blasted over. The difference was too huge. Lu Yan was able to condense such a terrifying sword intent because he unleashed it through the array formation. Now that this streak of sword intent was released by him himself, the power was too weak. After all, Lu Yan was only a fragmented wisp of divine sense. He wanted to save Yi Yuan, but the flesh was weak even though the spirit was willing. Many thanks, Senior Lu. Allow me. Right then, Yi Yuan's calm voice sounded out from behind Lu Yan. Meanwhile, an aura which Lu Yan was familiar, yet also a stranger to, rose from Yi Yuan's body. There was no time to think, so Lu Yan made way for Yi Yuan. That streak of sword intent was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Yan could clearly see that when the streak of sword intent reached several dozen meters in front of Yi Yuan, it became like it was submerged in mud. The speed became increasingly slower and progressively sluggish. Finally, that streak of sword intent came to a stop around 2 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and lightly tapped the tip of the sword with a finger. That streak of sword intent dissipated with a bang. Lu Yan, who was watching by the side, was flabbergasted and was utterly dazed for some time. He had never thought that this final stage could be cleared like this. This was simply inconceivable. He had hosted the Nine Heavens Road's 3rd stage for nearly 200 years and was all too clear on the might of that streak of sword intent. This was with the array formation at full power. Even a peak spirit condensation, realm martial artist, might not be able to withstand that streak of sword intent. Yet it scattered with a gentle tap from Yi Yuan. Many thanks to Senior Lu for sacrificing yourself to save me just now. Yi Yuan gave a bow to Lu Yan. Only now was his consciousness dragged back to reality. Lu Yan stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a monster. He smiled bitterly as he said, "My actions just now were redundant. That final sword would not have been able to deal any harm to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter what, Senior Lu ignored your own safety to save Yi Yuan just now. Yi Yuan will definitely engrave this in my heart." Lu Yan coming to save Yi Yuan was indeed unnecessary. But he did not know that Yi Yuan could deal with that beam of sword intent. If Lu Yen took on that sword just now, his soul would have disintegrated by now. Just based on this action was worthy of Yi Yuan remembering it. Lu Yen, however, just waved his hands and said emotionally, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. My tranquil cloud sect actually birthed such a peerless genius like you. Not only did you comprehend the heart like still water realm, you even fused together sword intents in the third stage." Only after his shock did Lu Yen find out why he had such a peculiar feeling just now. The aura coming off of Yi Yuan carried his own sword intense aura and also had the aura of the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art. Yi Yuan, he actually merged the two completely different sword intent into one and transformed it into his own new sword intent. Even if Yu Weia returned, such talent was beyond his. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior was lucky. Does this count as me pa-essing?" From the moment the array formation was fully unleashed, Yi Yuan already had the thought of incorporating the azure, dipper, purple yang sword arts, sword intent, into his own sword intent. The falling flower floating zero sword was excessively nimble, while the attack was lacking. This was its greatest flaw, but the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art was a sword technique which emphasized on slaughter. The attack power was immensely powerful. Furthermore, this sword intense level was very high and not beneath that of Yi Yuan's sword intent. It was very suited to be merged into the falling flower floating zero sword. Finally, he had a sudden epiphany at the last moment. The fused sword intent was on an entirely different level from before. Hence, that streak of sword intent was just like an obedient baby in front of Yi Yuan's aura. The compet 1 tie-in between sword intent was not a compet 1 tie-in of strength, but instead it was a compet 1 tie-in towards the comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long been pulverized into meat paste. Lu Yen nodded his head, somewhat mechanically. Of course it counts as pa-essing. A flawless pa-ss. Chapter 105. First in 1,000 years. Chapter 105. First in 1,000 years. Of course he pa-s said. If even Yi Yuan's result did not count as a pa-s, then oh, body could clear it. After the shock, Lu Yen was wildly ecstatic in his heart. To have such a genius figure appear, why would the tranquil cloud sect worry about not being able to return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan, your talent is even greater than founding ancestor Yu Weia. I'm afraid that your future accomplishments are probably not going to be inferior to him. My tranquil cloud sect is truly fortunate to have you. Lu Yen sighed in admiration. Many thanks for senior's praise. Yi Yuan had never doubted his own talent before. In his previous life, it was just that he did not place his attention on the martial path. But his talent in martial Dao was not necessarily inferior to Ji Kanglin. Rainbow Road. Appear. Lu Yen gave a low cry and fired a shot of essence energy into the array. Following that, a multicolored road appeared on the top of the Nine Heavens Peak. Yi Yuan, right now, you can be considered to have inherited founding ancestor Yu Weia's mantle. I hope that you won't forget today's promise. I'm someone who's about to die and won't be able to see the day the tranquil cloud sect returns to the northern domain. I hope that you will carry this Songhua sword with you. If we can really return to the northern domain one day, I hope that you will bring it with you to the northern domain. Of course, if you don't despise it, you can also use it for battle. It also counts as a continuation of my life. Lu Yen gestured with one hand and a green ta. Sealed sword flew into Yi Yuan's hand. The instant the sword was in his hands, Yi Yuan knew how extraordinary it was. It was actually an 8 restrictions spirit artifact. Martial artist weapons were divided into precious artifacts, magic artifacts, and spirit artifacts. They were targeted at Essence Chi Realm Martial Artists, Spirit Condensation Realm Martial Artists, and Crystal Formation Realm and Above Martial Artists, respectively. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts had no restrictions. Only spirit artifacts, and above, would apply restrictions to increase the power. A vast majority of crystal formation realm martial artists' weapons were merely magic artifacts. An 8 restrictions spirit artifact was considered as an excellent weapon even in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. It was obvious that this sword was Lu Yan's lifeblood spirit artifact. If Yi Yuan's conjecture was right, this sword had accompanied Lu Yan at the top of the Nine Heavens Peak for 200 years already. It was his spiritual support, even though it was for Yi Yuan to bring the sword back to the northern domain in name. In reality, the last sentence was the crux. He was giving the sword. Yi Yuan was also aware of Lu Yan's thoughts. He could see that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments would be anything but ordinary. A tiny little, tranquil cloud sect might not be able to hold him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but tough to send out charcoal in the snow. Right now, he was bestowing some small favors to Yi Yuan. He only hoped that Yi Yuan would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Of course, that was one scenario. The footsteps of an expert would not stop because of things like these. To martial artists, while the sect was important, the ultimate goal was the boundless great Tao. When Yi Yuan matured, how could a puny little 8 restrictions spirit artifact enter Yi Yuan's eyes? Yi Yuan received the Tsanghua sword, but his heart was filled with lament. Although this Tsanghua sword was not some divine artifact, it held extraordinary significance to Lu Yan. He doing something like this was no doubt for the sect. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. Right then, Yi Yuan cupped his hands towards Lu Yan and then said, "Rest assured, senior. This junior will definitely not let Tsanghua be covered in dust." Lu Yan stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "Ha ha! I naturally believe that you have the ability. All right, time's up. You should leave now." Yi Yuan saluted respectfully. This junior takes his leave. A multicolored, winding road poured down like a magnificent rainbow. This was the Rainbow Road. In the entire history of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, the Rainbow Road had only appeared a mere 5 times. And this was the 6th time. Quick, look, it's the Rainbow Road. My God, Yi Yuan, he really succeeded. A 6th level essence Qi realm clearing the 9 Heavens Road. This fellow is truly terrifying. Oh, please, he's already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm, all right? Wasn't he at the 6th level essence Qi realm when he just started challenging it? Furthermore, he relied on his 6th level essence Qi realm strength to pass S through the first stage. That's true. This fellow is simply inhuman. Now there's a show to watch. Elder Su's face has been resoundingly slapped by Yi Yuan. I totally forgot about Elder Su until you mentioned him. Didn't Yi Yuan say that he will take his life within a year? Back then we only treated it as a joke, but now Yi Yuan's improvement speed is too outrageous. Such a monster should fight it out with those geniuses in the Tranquil Cloud sect. I'm afraid the Danwu Academy already can't keep him. Yeah, at this rate him Serpa S. Sing's senior apprentice brother Long will probably take at most 2 to 3 months. Without question, Yi Yuan successfully pass. Sing the 9 Heavens Road caused a great stir among the students and instructors. He was the first in 1,000 years. Coming down from the Rainbow Road, Huyenyong, Feng were watching, and her niece took the lead to welcome Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! Good boy. You really widen my horizons. Some people plotted and schemed to harm you, but now they're left dusty and dirty in appearance. Now that you cleared the 9 Heavens Road, let's see if those people have anything else to say. Huyenyong was completely unbridled when he spoke in front of so many people. Even though there was no direct mention of names, anyone could tell that he was talking about Su Yubai. However, what he said was right. This time around, Su Yubai had lost a great deal of face. After being preoccupied with him for a long time and the schemes by the Elders' Council, He did not even manage to play a puny Yi Yuan to death. Instead, he let Yi Yuan clear the Nine Heavens Road. After Pa S sing through the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan would possess the status and privilege equivalent to that of a tranquil cloud sect's core disciple. It was no longer possible for Su Yubai to try and openly kill Yi Yuan anymore. Congratulations for Pa S. Sing through the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing was still so warm and elegant. She only came forth to lightly congratulate. Haha, succeeded thanks to luck. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much and only chuckled. Feng Ziri, who was behind Feng Ruoqing, had a complicated look as she looked at Yi Yuan. Back then, her casual sword strike could make Yi Yuan disconcerted. She did not expect that Yi Yuan could shorten the distance by so much in such a short time. Although she was still that little bit stronger than Yi Yuan right now, being caught up, or even Serpa S, said by Yi Yuan was something inevitable. All right, since Yi Yuan's fine, we'll head back and talk, said Huyen Yong. There were too many people here. Clearly, this was not a good place to talk. The group returned to Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan inspected Luer first and only relaxed after seeing that nothing was wrong with her. Yi Yuan, you seem to be somewhat different. Girls were still sharper on these things. Feng Ruoqing was the first to notice that Yi Yuan was different. She discovered that not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but his entire being's aura also seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. Yi Yuan had just fused the sword intense and was still not really able to release and withdraw it freely yet. His entire being stood there like an unsheathed sharp sword. There was a huge discrepancy between this and his previously wastrel temperament. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Haha, I've incurred ridicule from Teacher Feng. I obtained some rewards from the Nine Heavens Road. It's just that I'm still unable to control it freely right now. I didn't expect that Teacher Feng could see through it. Hearing this, Huyen Yong was speechless. Other people face almost certain death when challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Being able to survive was already not bad. You actually had such a huge harvest? Seriously a freak. When he heard Feng Ruoqing say this, Huyen Yong naturally also noticed Yi Yuan's change. He scolded verbally, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women, coincidentally comprehended, that's all. Teacher Huyen, Teacher Feng, I want to enter a retreat to consolidate my cultivation these 2 days. After exiting seclusion, I wish to enter the endless forest. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you with lure. Regarding the Nine Heavens Roads matters, Yi Yuan just sidestepped it with some words. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath. His tongue would surely slip if he talks too much. It was best to talk less. Huyen Yong and Feng Ruoqing were also understanding of Yi Yuan's dilemma, so they kept quiet and did not mention it. Rather, the two of them were quite surprised Yi Yuan mentioned that he wanted to go to the endless forest. Taking care of lure is naturally not an issue. But what do you plan to do in the endless forest? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan answered, to find some herbs. Lure's condition isn't that great. The essence energy I transmitted would only help her to temporarily suppress the frost poison. As time passes, the eruption would be even more terrifying. There's a type of high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill called cold dispelling pill. It can control the frost poison in Lure's body for the time being. But the herbs that this medicinal pill requires are rather uncommon. I think that only the endless forest has them. When she heard that, Feng Ruoqing was astonished. There's actually such a powerful tier 2 medicinal pill. The eruption of frost poison due to the 9-yin absolute meridian is basically incurable. This medicinal pill can actually control the frost poison. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Teacher said before there aren't any truly incurable illnesses in the world. The method just hasn't been discovered yet. The path of medicinal pills is a great Tao and possesses limitless possibilities. When cultivated to a supreme level, one can transform something rotten into something magical. Nothing is impossible. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she seemed to have understood something. Yi Yuan's words were filled with wisdom, helping Feng Ruoqing suddenly see the light. Although she knew that the path of medicinal pills was broad and profound, her horizons were limited after all. She could frequently only immerse herself in that acre of land. Although alchemy Tao and martial Tao had different systems, there was still one thing which was the same, which was the more you comprehended, the more you discovered your ignorance. With the passing of time, this sort of feeling would affect your own mental state and impact cultivation from there. Yi Yuan's words opened up another window for Feng Ruoqing. After musing on Yi Yuan's words for some time, Feng Ruoqing sighed in admiration. Your master is truly an expert. Yi Yuan carried a mischievous mentality and blew his own trumpet as he continued talking. Yeah, master, that old man is unfathomable. I can barely understand a fraction. It's a pity that he likes to travel the world. I also don't know when I can meet him again. Feng Ruoqing obviously could not tell that Yi Yuan was praising himself, but instead felt that it was expected of Yi Yuan to be saying that. However, even if you gather the ingredients, are you able to refine a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Ruoqing asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I can't refine it at the moment. After returning from the Endless Forest, I will continue close seclusion to impact the spirit condensation realm with full force. As long as I break through to the spirit condensation realm, refining the cold dispelling pill shouldn't be an issue. The soul strength of a high-grade alchemy master was required to refine a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. Back then, when Yi Yuan's soul strength was lacking and he refined a low-grade tier 2 medicinal pill at the 4th level essence chi realm, he directly collapsed in exhaustion. Although Yi Yuan's current strength had significantly improved, his soul strength did not grow by much. Wanting to refine a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill was no doubt a fool's talk. But as long as he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's soul strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, with his alchemy Tao's prowess, refining a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill would not be too difficult. Hu Yenyong exchanged glances with Feng Ruoqing and then said, Since that's the case, you will join the endless trials with the other students then. Although the Endless Forest is a limitless treasure trove, there is also a great deal of danger inside. There are a large number of high-tier demonic beasts. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would also lose their lives inside if they were not careful. You being together with the other students can at least look after one another. Yi Yuan asked curiously, Oh, there's such an activity in the academy? No way. You don't even know about the endless trials? To think you already have the power of a heaven-rank student now. Feng Zhiro, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. Yi Yuan rubbed his nose in smelt and felt somewhat awkward. I mucked around too much last time. Haha. To the former Yi Yuan, forget about the endless trials. He was not even interested in CLA. SSES. How could he have the thought to inquire about this stuff? Even if he heard about it, he would just turn a deaf ear to it. He simply had no interest in knowing. Feng Zhiro rolled her eyes and gave Yi Yuan an explanation concerning the details of the endless trials. For the sake of tempering students' practical combatability, the Danwu Academy would organize an endless trials every fixed period of time. Specific missions had to be completed during the endless trials, or else the Academy would deduct certain welfares. The missions were tied to the students' rank. The missions which heaven-rank students were required to complete was to turn in 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. Apart from what was handed in for the mission, The other items seized belonged to the students themselves. Most importantly, the Academy only specified the quant. 1. Tie for the mission, but did not stipulate what methods one could use to obtain them. Hence, the endless trials also became a venue for students to settle their personal grudges. Furthermore, the endless forest was filled with dangers. Every endless trial, many students would remain there forever. When Yi Yuan heard that, he curled his mouth and said, "So that's the case. Does teacher Huyen intend for senior apprentice Sister Feng and me to partake? 1. P. 8 in the endless trials together?" Huyen Yong did not get to say anything before Feng Zhiro immediately blew up. "What? Are you scared that I will drag you down? Come, come, come. Let's duke it out now and see just who hinders who. Don't think that you can taunt a martial roles expert just because you were lucky to break through to the 9th level essence Qi realm." While talking, Feng Zhiro drew her sword with a swing and A.S., summing a fighting posture as she waved it around in front of Yi Yuan. "A good man does not fight with women." "I didn't say anything. You were the one who said it." Yi Yuan used his finger to push Feng Zhiro's sword aside, helplessly. "Then what did you mean? Say it." Feng Zhiro pointed the tip of the sword, which was nudged away back at Yi Yuan. "Hey, this sword is very sharp. Don't play with it, okay? I'm aware that you martial roles experts are powerful, all right? Actually, what I meant was that I can resolve the problem with your body." Yi Yuan hurriedly jumped aside. This Law S tended to strike whenever she liked, best to be more careful. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Zhiro revealed a complicated look, but it was swiftly replaced by stubbornness. "Humph! Who do you think you are? You say you can resolve it, and it's settled? Let me tell you now, there's nothing wrong with my body. No need for your concern." "Finest. H.I. Plussing." Feng Zhiro sheathed her sword and walked out of the door. The previous time, Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan used voice transmission to communicate. Hence, Feng Ruoqing was unaware of what happened. Seeing the situation, she asked in puzzlement, "Something's wrong with Zhiro's body, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, it isn't anything serious either. But senior apprentice Sister Feng's personality is overly stubborn. If things carry on, maybe a major problem might occur." Yi Yuan briefly recounted the problem with Feng Zhiro's body. Feng Ruoqing furrowed her brows when she heard it. "So that's the case. This La S has shocking potential, so I was wondering why she advanced so slowly recently. At first, I thought that she was lazy and slacking off, but I didn't think that it was due to this reason." Chapter 107. Wan Yuan fled. Chapter 107. Wan Yuan fled. But Jiro's cultivation law is already fixed. What should be done then? Jiro, that La S is very stubborn, and now she knows that she can't ever break through in the future. If a long time SES, a problem will really occur. Since it involved Feng Zhiro's cultivation road, being her aunt, Feng Ruoqing was unable to remain calm. "Don't be anxious. Didn't Yi Yuan say he had a solution earlier?" Huyen Yong was clearly more collected than her, as he hurriedly said, "All right. What solution do you have, Yi Yuan? As long as you can let Jiro continue cultivating, I can promise you anything." The words slipped out of Feng Ruoqing's mouth. As soon as the words came out, Feng Ruoqing suddenly realized that it was a little inappropriate. If Yi Yuan had some overboard request, did she have to agree to? Thinking of this, Feng Ruoqing could not help blush. Plussing heavily, and she swiftly turned her face away. Yi Yuan did not think too much from the start. When he saw Feng Ruoqing's crimson face, he was unwittingly stupefied. However, he quickly recovered and could not resist wildly fantasizing about all sorts of requests on the spur of the moment. But Huyen Yong was also by the side, so it obviously was not the time to flirt. This would make it so difficult for a lady to step down from the stage. Luckily, Yi Yuan had already comprehended heart like still water now. Wanting to control his emotions was still easily managed. Don't need to be courteous, Teacher Feng. Senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem isn't hard to resolve. It's just that if I go and fix it, she probably won't allow it. So I can only do it through you, Yuan said with a serious face and waved his hands. When Feng Ruoqing saw that Yuan did not seem to have any misunderstandings, she could not help quietly blaming herself for being shameless, having her imaginations run wild over some things. She could not even compare to a youth's frankness. Of course, there was still a tiny bit of resentment after the blaming. If it were somebody else, they would probably have wild ideas after hearing her say these sort of words. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be moved. This involuntarily made Feng Ruoqing question her charm. Quickly tell what method you have. Feng Ruoqing said anxiously. Actually, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's biggest problem is that the cultivation law she's training in does not match well with her physique. If you want to resolve this issue, the crux lies in the words, yin-yang harmony. Yi Yuan said, yin-yang harmony? Feng Ruoqing pondered over these words and shook her head. It was clear that she still did not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan continued explaining. Due to the cultivation law, it caused Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's bodily yang qi to be overly excessive. Thus, it resulted in her body being very averse to essence energy. Under these circumstances, continuing to cultivate her original cultivation law would definitely pile one disaster after another. The best method is naturally to disperse her cultivation and recultivate by selecting a cultivation law suited to her physique. Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, so the method you said referred to this. Jiro is currently at her prime time of cultivation. The moment she disperses her cultivation to recultivate, all these years of hard work would have been completely wasted. What's more, it would also delay cultivation. Even if I go talk to her, it's impossible for her to agree to it. This is even worse than killing her. Yi Yuan nodded unconcernedly and continued, all right. Since that's the case, we can only use another method. It's just that this method will make Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's future martial arts road become even more challenging. Of course, once she succeeds in cultivating, her strength would also greatly surpass same rank martial artists. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, what method? Let Senior Apprentice Sister Feng select a gentle yin attribute cultivation law and start training both cultivation laws at the same time right away. Just now, I said that the crux lies in the words yin-yang harmony. As long as the essence energy within her body reaches yin-yang harmony standard, all the problems will be easily solved. So it can actually be done like that? Great. Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed when she heard that. Don't be happy so soon, Teacher Feng. Why? Although this method can resolve Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's problem, the requirement towards cultivation law is very high. The two cultivation laws must complement each other and work in concert. Using this method, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng must temporarily suspend the cultivation law she is currently training in and cultivate another cultivation law to the same level. Even with Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's talent, it will probably still take a year or so. That is to say, within this 1 year, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng will not advance at all. Hearing that, Feng Ruoqing did not mind at all and then said, that's also something that can't be helped. This is much better than dispersing her cultivation. I will head back right away to help Jiro select a suitable cultivation law. After that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and got ready to leave. Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, wait, is there anything else? Jiro must have been very depressed over this matter these few days. I got to hurry and find her. Feng Ruoqing was also torn with anxiety. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, an anxious heart can't eat hot tofu. This thing can't be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if you go right now, you also can't help much. But not that I'm scaring Teacher Feng, but the selection of cultivation law needs to be extremely particular. If the selected cultivation law is unable to complement her existing cultivation law, the problems it would cause in the future would be even greater than now. Then, what should I do? Feng Ruoqing was at a loss. I wonder if Teacher Feng has the jade slip of the cultivation law that senior apprentice, sister trained in. This. I have it at my residence. I'll go get it for you straight away. Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to look at this cultivation law. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, Feng Ruoqing thought about the master behind Yi Yuan and felt at ease. For Yi Yuan to improve at such like speed, how could his cultivation law possibly be lower grade than the cultivation law Feng Zhiro trained in? Not only was it not lower, but it was also even several grades higher. Feng Ruoqing cracked her head thinking about it, but could not imagine just what cultivation law could let a person cultivate from the first level essence Qi realm to the peak 9th level essence Qi realm in 1 month plus time. Even though there were many fortuitous encounters in between, it was crystal clear that Yi Yuan's cultivation law was extremely powerful. Yi Yuan nodded, and Feng Ruoqing returned to her place to retrieve the cultivation law. Not long after Feng Ruoqing left, Tang Yu came as well. Congratulations for successfully clearing the 9 Heavens Road, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. You became the first person in the Danwu Academy's 1,000-year history to have made it through at the Essence Qi realm. Tang Yu congratulated from the bottom of his heart. He clearly only knew Yi Yuan for a month plus, yet Tang Yu felt like an epic had said. Yi Yuan spent merely just over a month to go from Junior Apprentice Brother Yi to Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. The current Yi Yuan was already in existence, which he had to look up to. But Yi Yuan did not alienate Tang Yu just because their distance was pulled apart. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, Brother Tang. I was also forced into it with no other alternatives. It was just luck." Tang Yu also greeted Huyan Yong. Then he sat down beside Yi Yuan and said, "Other than coming to congratulate Senior Apprentice Brother, I also brought some news which I believe Senior Apprentice Brother you will be interested in." "Oh, pray tell, Brother Tang." Yi Yuan had his curiosity aroused by Tang Yu's words. "Today, I was also watching Senior Apprentice Brother Yi challenging the 9 Heavens Road in the crowd, and happened to coincidentally see Wan Yuan. Back then, he wasn't far from me, and I was also aware that he was at loggerheads with you, so I kept an eye out. Just as Brother Yi broke through to the 9th level essence Qi realm in the 2nd stage, Wan Yuan quietly slipped out of the crowd. Seeing the situation, I also secretly tagged along, but I discovered that he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he directly left the academy." Tang Yu said, Chapter 108, Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword. Chapter 108. Retreating in fear from a single sword ran away? What a cowardly fellow! Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. "Apologies, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Tang Yu's abilities are paltry and could not detain him. I could only watch him get away," Tang Yu said in shame. Although he did not show it, Tang Yu felt that he was seriously useless right now. So many things had happened to Yi Yuan recently, yet he could not help with a single one of them. At present, Wan Yuan was already like an ant which could be crushed to death with one hand to Yi Yuan. But to Tang Yu he was as stu dy as the high mountains. Tang Yu was aware that Wan Yuan was Yi Yuan's sworn enemy, yet he could only watch him get away powerlessly. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness and shame. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't mind it, Brother Tang. Wan Yuan is just a dancing clown. I'll let him live a few days longer. After I return from the Endless Forest, I will settle him along with his father." When he returns from the Endless Forest, his father Yi Hang would just about to exit seclusion as well. At that time, the two of them, father and son, would join hands to give the entire state of Qin an enormous surprise. But when Tang Yu heard it, he was secretly speechless. Senior apprentice brother, Yu was indeed still so domineering. Most likely, not a single soul in the state of Qin dared to say they would settle Wandonghai. Yet he said it so naturally. Yi Yuan was somebody who refused to suffer any grievances and never embraced the creed where it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. His creed was that a gentleman would take revenge immediately. Fei Qingping nearly caused him to die. Killed. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng made Lu Er end up like that. Yi Yuan disregarded the rules and just killed them. No essence Qi realm had even made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan cleared it just like that. Only such a life was satisfying. Tang Yu also wished for such a life. But not everybody could live such a life. Only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could have the capability to live such a life. Wan Yuan was clearly frightened by Yi Yuan, which was why he fled in a panic. Under such circumstances, Wan Yuan could only rely on the Academy's rules. But the rules were only ornamental to Yi Yuan. Right now, Yi Yuan was simply a maniac. Since he dared to kill Zhang Heng and dared to kill Lin Tiancheng, he naturally would dare to kill him, Wan Yuan. In fact, the grudge between Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan was much greater than Lin Tiancheng's. Hence, he did not even wait for the final result before fleeing. Wan Yuan feared that he would not be able to escape after the result came out. Actually, there's another matter, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. I don't know if I should say it or not, Tang Yu said. Why are you treating me like a stranger, Brother Tang? If there's anything, just say it. I always felt that it was a little strange for Lin Tiancheng to target Miss Lu Er. Logically speaking, Lin Tiancheng only had a small dispute with you back at the Illusionary Spirit Tower, and should not go as far as to be so malicious. So I wondered if there was more than meets the eye to this matter. Thus, I have been investigating the whole course of this incident, and the result was that I really managed to dig something out, Tang Yu said. When Yi Yuan killed Zhang Heng and Lin Tiancheng, he was in a violent rage, so he did not think too much then. He just thought that Lin Tiancheng bore a grudge because of the incident at the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Now that he thought carefully, although he made Lin Tiancheng lose face outside of the Illusionary Spirit Tower, it was not to the extent where the other had to die. However, Zhang Heng's actions had clearly gone beyond the bottom line, making things somewhat illogical. Yi Yuan also did not think that there was actually another hidden plot to this incident. Brother Tang means Wan Yuan? Yi Yuan quickly suspected Wan Yuan. Tang Yu nodded his head and said, That's right. Somebody saw Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshe going to find Lin Tiancheng after the Illusionary Spirit Tower test ended. Of course, there's already no way of finding out what they talked about at that time. No need to investigate. It was definitely them making trouble. Even though I clashed with Lin Tiancheng during the Illusionary Spirit Tower test, it hadn't reached the point where the other party must die. Lin Tiancheng was originally a narrow-minded person. With them sowing discord, he naturally harbored resentment in his heart. It wouldn't be strange for him to do something like that. Yi Yuan's face gradually became darker. But Wan Yuan already escaped. What to do now? Tang Yu asked. Let him be first. Right now, the most important thing is Lu Er's matter. I'll deal with him after I return from the Endless Forest. However, this Lu Ruoshe really has a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. If I'm not wrong, the idea of messing with Lu Er came from her. Yi Yuan words were BRIMMING with killing intent. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Most likely, it refers to these sort of women like her, Tang Yu said. Yi Yuan stood up, and then he said nonchalantly, I'm going out for a while. Then he directly left, watching Yi Yuan back view. Huyan Yong said helplessly, This rascal really can't stop even for a moment. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior apprentice brother, Yi just has a personality, where grat. 1. Tude and resentment are clearly distinguished. If others are good to him, he will be 10 times nicer. If others are bad to him, he will also pay back tenfold. Sigh, if he wants to cause trouble, so be it. He made it past the Nine Heavens Road, so he's already equivalent to the High Sect's core disciple. I think Su Yubai wouldn't dare to act recklessly either, Huyan Yong said with a sigh. Yi Yuan had just stepped out the door when he was blocked by somebody. The person was Wu Luochen, who previously arranged a battle with Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you are truly impressive. You actually made it through the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, Wu Luochen praised in admiration. So, it's senior apprentice brother Wu. The Nine Heavens Road was just luck, didn't count as much, Yi Yuan replied while controlling his impatience. Yi Yuan knew that Wu Luochen came to find him to compete. But how could he think about fighting with Wu Luochen at the moment? Ha ha! I believe, brother, Yi has already guessed why this Wu came here. Since junior apprentice brother, Yi cleared the Nine Heavens Road and broke through to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm. You definitely possess the power of a heaven rank student. I wonder if junior apprentice brother you can fulfill the agreement back then and fight with me? Wu Luochen did not conceal his intentions at all and openly stated it. Apologies, senior apprentice brother Wu. This little brother has something to attend to right now. If brother Wu wants to battle, please choose another date. Yi Yuan directly rejected him. Wu Luochen immediately lost his cool when he heard that, and hurriedly said, How can that do? I know that you're definitely about to enter seclusion to consolidate your cultivation realm. 2 days later, it's also the endless trials. Who knows how long this wait will last? We should just pick today rather than choosing a date. Wu Luochen's eyes were full of hope, and he looked like he was raring to go. To someone like Wu Luochen, fighting was his life's everything. Yi Yuan could only say helplessly, Senior apprentice brother Wu, if I recall correctly, our agreement back then was to wait until I advanced to heaven rank before competing, right? But I'm still an earth rank student presently. If senior apprentice brother Wu is so forceful, wouldn't you be in suspicion of the strong bullying the weak? But junior apprentice brother Ye's battle capabilities are shocking. Although you are still at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, your strength is definitely not beneath heaven rank students already, right? From my perspective, junior apprentice brother, you can definitely ascend the martial roll of honor now with your strength, and your ranking might not be below mine. Wu Luochen was not so easily hoodwinked. Yi Yuan was anxious to find Lu Ruoshui, yet he was held back by Wu Luochen, so he was very annoyed and could not resist saying, Fine, as long as senior apprentice brother Wu receives one sword head-on from me. What's the harm in competing with you? Wu Luochen's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, Really? Of course it's real. Remember, it's receiving it head-on. If you dodge, then forgive me for not keeping you company. Yi Yuan emphasized. Haha, no harm. Come on. Wu Luochen guffawed heartily. Yi Yuan retrieved the Tsanghua sword from his storage ring and unleashed a fused sword intent straight away. Wu Luochen initially was still full of smiles, but right now, his facial expression quickly changed. That horrifying sword intent practically asphyxiated him. How could such a sword intent possibly be received head-on? Wu Luochen hastily revolved his movement technique and dodged that sword. Rate, Translation Quality Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-rank student, Su Yishan. Seemingly in panic, Lu Fe looked at Su Yishan, who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you're the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Lu Ruoshui had never been so helpless, even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruoshui felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner, wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruoshui thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoshui suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruoshui inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruoshui greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruoshui felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven-rank students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruoshui still had some rallying power among the lower-ranking students, but as for heaven-rank students, Lu Ruoshui suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last, life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Yishan's second uncle? Even though Lu Ruoshui could not influence heaven-rank students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relations. H.I. plus P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshui no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Lu Ruoshui amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruoshui's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. "Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago." Sniff, sniff. "Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to." Lu Ruoshui right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran? Ran to where? Lu Ruoshui choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to S.H.I. plus ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man?" Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother one is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent." Finest. H.I. plussing, Su Yishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruoshui and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything?" Lu Ruoshui quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruoshui wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Lu Ruoshui blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruoshui was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshui's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. "Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day." "Ha ha ha. Good. Very good." Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruoshui's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luochen still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luochen suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luoqin appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luoqin was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luoqin was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword and tents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Songhua sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luoqin was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luoqin, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luoqin. Wu Luoqin was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far surpassed said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luoqin. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luoqin who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luoqin was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luoqin shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior Apprentice Brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luoqin could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, How about this, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi? I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luoqin laughed, ahaha, and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshui's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luoqin lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshui headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior Apprentice Sister, Lu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is? This time around, it was Wu Luoqin's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luoqin. Wu Luoqin raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even rank 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, why not? Forget about it. Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-ranked student, Su Yishan. Seemingly in panic, Lu Ruoshui looked at Su Yishan, who was in front of her. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, Right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me." Lu Ruache had never been so helpless, even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruache felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner, wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruache thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruache suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruache inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruache greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruache felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven rank students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruache still had some rallying power among the lower ranking students, but as for heaven rank students, Lu Ruache suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last, life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Yishan's second uncle? Even though Lu Ruache could not influence heaven-rank students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relations. H.I. plus P, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruache no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Lu Ruache amusedly and said, "Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me?" It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruache's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. "Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff, sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to." Lu Ruache right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran? Ran to where? Lu Ruache choked between sobs and said, "Where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to H.I. plus ELD him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level essence Qi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man?" Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, "I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother one is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent." Finus, H.I. plussing, Su Yishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruache and asked playfully, "Just now, you said you would be willing to do anything?" Lu Ruache quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruache wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. "Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Lu Ruache blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruache was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruache's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. "Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruoshue's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luoqin still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luoqin suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luoqin appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luoqin was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luoqin was the Dan Wu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an 8 restrictions spirit artifact, Songhua Sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luoqin was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luoqin, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luoqin. Wu Luoqin was at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far said those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luoqin. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luoqin who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luoqin was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luoqin shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luoqin could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, How about this, junior apprentice brother Yi? I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an up-to-you gesture and left by himself. Wu Luoqin laughed ha and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshue's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luoqin lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshue headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, Junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister, Lu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way. You don't even know who Su Yishan is? This time around, it was Wu Luoqin's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su? Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luoqin. Wu Luoqin raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even rank 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack the top 5. Junior apprentice brother Yi, why not? Forget about it. Chapter 110. Investigate properly. Chapter 110. Investigate properly. One could tell that Wu Luoqin was unwilling to provoke Su Yishan. Not only was Su Yishan strong, but his background was also exceedingly deep. Without mentioning how great the Su family's power was, just based on Su Yubai's status within the Danwu Academy, not many dared to provoke him. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luoqin apathetically. Scared? If you're scared, then go back. I also didn't make you tag along. This look agitated Wu Luoqin greatly. He raised his head up and said, who's scared? Isn't it just Su Yishan? Wait until I advance to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. I'll beat him until his teeth fall out. TCH, what 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the end, you're still scared. Yi Yuan continued in disdain. Wu Luoqin nearly jumped up when he heard this. Even since he entered the Danwu Academy, his dictionary never had the word scared. He only had today's position by challenging throughout the entire way and beating people all the way. There was naturally no lack of figures with special status among these people. But didn't he just beat them up? Since when had he been scared? The reason why he did not wish to find trouble with Su Yishan was that the time was not yet right. Su Yishan was at the peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm and could break through to the 2nd stage of the spirit condensation realm at any time. Each person in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor was more perverse than the other. Wu Luoqin was indeed very strong, but at his level, who was not strong? The further one headed, the harder it was to jump ranks and battle. Wu Luoqin naturally did not wish to casually provoke a student in the top 10 of the martial roll. After Wu Luoqin broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he would spar down the list one by one. I refuse to believe it today. Isn't it just Su Yishan? I'll accompany you. If he dares to attack you, I, Wu Luoqin, will receive it. The pitiful Wu Luoqin fell for Yi Yuan's inciting just like that. Up to you. At that time, just don't run away with your tail between your legs. Yi Yuan then left without even turning his head back. Wu Luoqin chased after as he said, Hey, say things clearly. Who's running away with their tails between their legs? Since when have I, Wu Luoqin, been a deserter? The residences of heaven rank students were separated from students of other ranks at the back of the mountain with the instructors. Moreover, each of them had their own house and courtyard with a vast total area and would not be disturbed by others. Yi Yuan came to the front of Su Yishan's courtyard and bellowed loudly, Scram out here, Lu Rua Shui! Yi Yuan incorporated ample essence energy into his shout, making it reverberate like rolling thunder. If he did not shout, then it was still okay. But now that he did, it startled many people. What's happening? Did something happen again? Quickly look. Isn't that Yi Yuan? Didn't he just clear the 9 Heavens Road? Why does it look like he's here to cause trouble again? Haha, it's really lively these few days. Yi Yuan is too capable of causing a disturbance, stirring up the entire academy. It's truly one incident had yet to subside, but another wave rises. Yi, isn't that Wu Luoqin? Why is he mixing around with Yi Yuan? Who knows? That fellow is also a lunatic. 2 maniacs have come together. Speaking of which, who is Lu Ruoshui? It sounds like a woman's name. How did she offend Yi Yuan? I seem to have some impression. It seems like she's a great beauty. F***CK. He doesn't even let a beauty off. Yi Yuan is really a madman. Hey, best to stop speculating. It's true that Yi Yuan doesn't rest, but Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng only had themselves to blame. If it were you, would you kill them? We should still hear what Yi Yuan has to say. Who knows if this Lu Ruoshui was also one of the people who bullied Yi Yuan's maidservant? Don't you all find it odd that Yi Yuan is calling for Lu Ruoshui outside of Sui Shan's gate? Yi Yuan had never been fearful of blowing things up. If he, a dignified alchemy emperor, had to swallow his pride and endure in silence in a mortal country, it would cause his thoughts to not flow smoothly. His precious life's encounter developed Yi Yuan's personality of avenging any enmity. Who cares what martial roles expert or some disciplinary hall's elder? He just had to directly smash over. It was fine if he could not beat them now. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he could still discuss them. After yelling, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Sui Shan to come out. Before long, Sui Shan's courtyard gate creaked open, and Sui Shan walked out with a livid face. What the H-E-L are you doing, Yi Yuan? To actually dare to make a big fuss outside of my gate. Do you really think that body can take care of you? Sui Shan said icily. Let Lu Ruoshui come out. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go play by the side. Words that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. O-D-A-M-N. Yi Yuan told Sui Shan to go play by the side outside the entrance of his place. Body had ever dared to speak that way to Sui Shan in the academy. Yi Yuan was truly teeming with overbearingness, but after thinking about it, everyone felt at ease. Yi Yuan even dared to scold Elder Su. What is Sui Shan? Since when had Sui Shan ever suffered such humiliation? When he heard that, he flew into a rage. Insolence! Today, I will weigh just how incredible a genius who cleared the Nine Heavens Road is. Sui Shan fully released his aura and charged towards Yi Yuan with the momentum of Mount Tai bearing down upon Yi Yuan. But just at that moment, Wu Luochen planted himself in front of Yi Yuan emotionlessly, which made Sui Shan's momentum came to a halt. What's the meaning of this, Wu Luochen? Sui Shan asked furiously. No other meaning. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, that will do. I don't care about other things, said Wu Luochen as he remained impa. Siv. In reality, Wu Luochen was also very gloomy right now. He inexplicably incurred trouble with a major problem, like Sui Shan. It was true that Wu Luochen's thought process was simple, but he was absolutely no fool. How could a fool become an expert on the martial roll of honor? But Wu Luochen could no longer care that much in order to fight a match with Yi Yuan. Of course, there were still many whom he could spar with within the academy. But Wu Luochen had the feeling that sparring with Yi Yuan would let him reap an unexpected harvest. This was purely instinct. Ever since he witnessed that dazzling sword of Yi Yuan's, he had this sort of intuition. Hence, he kept pestering Yi Yuan to make him spar with him. What a Wu Luochen! Do you know the repercussions of becoming enemies with me? Wu Luochen dreaded Sui Shan. But how could Sui Shan also not be wary of Wu Luochen? Although he was a minor realm higher than Wu Luochen, Wu Luochen's combat talent was extremely Estoni's. Plussing. If they really fought, even if he could win, it would surely be a truce. Plussing victory. I've never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, I don't care about other things. Wu Luochen repeated these words emotionlessly. These words were in fact T. Yi Yuan was here to find trouble, so he would definitely fight with Sui Shan. If Sui Shan did not touch him, did he have to wait to be beaten up instead? Sui Shan could not communicate through with this lunatic and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Humph! You guys are looking for Lu Ruoshui. Why did you come to my place? Sui Shan was unable to deal with Wu Luochen, so he could only put up with the second best, questioning with logic. We've already inquired. Lu Ruoshui should be at your place, currently. Go and call her out. I have some things I want to ask her, Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did not see Sui Shan and Wu Luochen's tea for tat. What a joke. You say she's here, and that means she's here? Su Yishan laughed due to extreme rage. Yi Yuan spread out his hands and said, "Since we can't reach a conclusion, then there's no other choice. I can only enter your place to investigate properly." "You dare!" Su Yishan was seething with rage. Chapter 111. Come with me? Chapter 111. Come with me. Su Yishan was a peak genius in the top 10 of the martial role. If today Yi Yuan entered his residence to search for people, how would he have the face to stay in the Dan Wu Academy in the future? These words from Yi Yuan was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation to Su Yishan. Facing Su Yishan's fiery wrath, Yi Yuan chose to ignore it. He made his move and headed towards Su Yishan's courtyard, courting death. Out of rage, Su Yishan smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not seem to see it and walked towards the gates without care. Boom! A violent clash between palms. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin both retreated several steps. Clearly it was a draw. Wu Luoqin, you really dare to attack? Su Yishan roared angrily. Wu Luoqin gave a zombified face which would not change in 10,000 years and said, "I already said very clearly, as long as you don't attack Yi Yuan, everything is fine. But if you attack, I will not stand idly by and watch." You. Su Yishan was thoroughly defeated by Wu Luoqin. Nothing got through this fellow. Yi Yuan did not walk fast, but his footsteps never stopped. It looked like he was about to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Su Yishan felt shame and humiliation he had never ever experienced before. He was the pride of the Su family and a proud son of heaven in the Dan Wu Academy. Since when had he ever been put through such disgrace? Yi Yuan actually dared to enter and search his abode in front of so many people. The most hateful thing was that he was unable to do anything about him. "Stop right there, Yi Yuan!" Su Yishan hollered. Yi Yuan continued forward as if he did not hear it. "Halt! I'll call her out." Su Yishan crumbled and finally chose to compromise. Indeed, when he said that, Yi Yuan finally ceased his footsteps. He turned around to look at Su Yishan. Clearly, he was waiting for Su Yishan to call her. Su Yishan really wanted to kill someone right now. Yi Yuan's actions had already completely swept his face away like rubbish. Although Yi Yuan ultimately did not enter, since he agreed to call Lu Broshui out, he basically admitted defeat. Yi Yuan is indeed worthy of being a genius who made it through the Nine Heavens Road. He actually dared to sweep away Su Yishan's face like that. Haha, Su Yishan is normally incomparably haughty. Today, someone finally managed to stop him. It's so venting. Yeah, Su Yishan relied on his uncle's authority to do as he pleased in the heaven rank area. Many people felt indignant, but dared not to speak up. Today, someone else who's even wilder came and even dared to sweep away his second uncle's face. Isn't sweeping away his face something simple? Except that such a haughty person like Wu Luoqin is actually willing to be Yuan's fighter. It makes me surprised. Could it be that he's already taken in by Yi Yuan as a lackey? Doesn't look like it. There's probably some sort of agreement between them, and this agreement is really important to Wu Luoqin. That's why he is willing to take the risk of offending Su Yishan to become a hired thug. Haha. Look at Su Yishan wanting to kill someone but unable to. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously hilarious. Yi Yuan might feel great today, but the upcoming endless trials probably won't go so smoothly. Regardless whether it's Elder Su or Su Yishan, they would probably spare no expense to kill Yi Yuan. Those gathering around to watch were heaven-rank students. Many were whispering, even communicating through voice transmission. One could tell from their conversation that Su Yishan did not seem to win the public's opinion in the heaven rank area. Many held the ATTI, toot of gloating over his misfortune when watching the show. As for sweeping away Su Yishan's face, Yi Yuan did not feel any burden at all. The Su family was the Yi family's covert compet. One tour. This was something he already knew. Since Su Yubai could ambush him in broad daylight, then Su Yishan would not go so far as to become friends with him. Since Lu Ruoxue appeared in Su Yishan's residence, it was evident that she came to seek protection from him. In that case, Yi Yuan and Su Yishan naturally were enemies. Yi Yuan never had the habit of saving face for his enemies. Presently, Su Yishan's face was grim, and he was incomparably vexed. No matter how he calculated, he did not expect that Wu Luoqin was actually willing to become Yi Yuan's fighter. "What are you still hiding in there for? Come out here for me," Su Yishan bellowed in a low voice. Right now, Su Yishan somewhat regretted taking in Lu Ruoxue. A moment of L.U.S.T. beguiling his mind gave him such a huge problem. Following Su Yishan's shout, a graceful and charming figure showed up at the gates. It was precisely Lu Ruoxue. Lu Ruoxue's clothes were a little disheveled, making her appear somewhat ragged. Her complexion was also much withered. Where was there still the former demeanor of A.G. Odesse? She had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, and knew that she was probably unable to settle things today. Initially, she thought that finding Su Yishan as her backer could let her escape this crisis. For that reason, she even offered up her most precious thing. But she did not think that Su Yishan could not protect her at all. Senior apprentice brother Su, Lu Ruoxue looked towards Su Yishan feebly. Su Yishan's expression was somber, but he still moved to block in front of her. This action made Lu Ruoxue wildly elated. Su Yishan naturally would not let her be. The situation now was already extremely clear. Lu Ruoxue was someone that he, Su Yishan, was S.H.I. plus elding. If Yi Yuan dealt with her at his discretion, he would ultimately lose his face today. Just now, when Yi Yuan wanted to enter the courtyard, he was unable to pull himself away to stop it. But now it was not going to be so easy for Wu Luoqin and Yi Yuan to take someone away from directly under him. Furthermore, this matter had already blown up. As long as he held on a while longer, until his second uncle, Su Yubai, arrived, even Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. "If you have questions, ask away," Su Yishan said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind Su Yishan's actions. Hearing that, he nodded and asked, "Let me ask you, Lu Ruoxue, the matter of Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng bullying Lu'er. Were you and Wan Yuan the ones fanning the fire by the side?" Lu Ruoxue was secretly alarmed when she heard him. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually came here because of this matter. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Lu Ruoxue's mind flashed like lightning and thought to herself that there were already no witnesses to this matter. There were only 4 of them present back then. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already dead. Wan Yuan fled. As long as she flatly denied it, what could Yi Yuan do to her? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ruoxue cried out, "Yi Yuan, I know that we had some disagreements in the past, but that was all instigated by Wan Yuan. Every debt has its creditor. You should find him instead." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Enough C.R.A.P. I only asked you about Lu'er's matter." The instant Lu Ruoxue thought things through, she became less fearful instead. Puffing her chest out, she said, righteously, "No. I don't even know what you are talking about. I don't even know who is Lu'er, so how would I harm her?" "Really? Of course it's true." Lu Ruoxue became increasingly confident as she spoke. "Then how do you explain you and Wan Yuan seeking out Lin Tiancheng before, on the day of the illusionary spirit tower test?" Yi Yuan interrogated. "Lin Tiancheng is the head disciple of the general affairs. Wan Yuan wished to make friends with him. Is there anything wrong with that? You were clearly the one who offended Lin Tiancheng, yet you want to force the crime on me. What's the reasoning?" Lu Ruoxue was also a quick-witted person. The moment she collected herself, she did a reverse checkmate instead. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Ruoxue and suddenly smiled. He smiled until Lu Ruoxue felt a chill continuously escalate from the bottom of the heart. Such a shrewd tongue. Since that's the case, come with me then. I have ways to prove whether what you say is true or false. If what you said is true, our previous grudges will be wiped off the slate from now on. But if it's false, Yi Yuan, don't kill women. Cripple your dantian yourself, and withdraw from the Dan Wu Academy. The matters previously will also similarly be wiped clean. Yi Yuan said casually. Chapter 112, Fighting Two Alone. Chapter 112, Fighting Two Alone. I'm not going. If I go with you, can I even return? Lu Ruoxue rejected straight away. Under these circumstances, she would not leave with Yi Yuan no matter what. Regardless of whether what Yi Yuan said was true or false, Lu Ruoxue did not dare to take the risk. If what Yi Yuan said was true, this incident certainly had connections to her, Lu Ruoxue. Could she still escape? If what Yi Yuan said was false, then he did it to con her away. How could her outcome be good? At this point, Yi Yuan simply ignored Lu Ruoxue. Whether she went or not was not up to her. What do you think, senior apprentice brother Su? Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan and asked. The intention was already crystal clear. If he agreed, then everything can be settled through discussion. If he disagreed, then fight. Su Yishan naturally would not agree. There were so many people were looking. Don't go too far, Yi Yuan. Do you think that you're a disciplinary hall's elder? You want to bring anyone with you, and they have to follow? Su Yishan said in a low voice. Of course, I'm not a disciplinary hall's elder. If I were a disciplinary hall's elder, then whoever I sentenced to death had to die, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone understood these words. Yi Yuan was making a crack about the incident of Su Yubai publicly ambus. I plussing. Humph. Yi Yuan, don't scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry. I'll report this matter to the disciplinary hall on my own. The disciplinary hall will get to the bottom of this and do you justice. Su Yishan gave a derisive snort. The moment he finished speaking, murmuring immediately broke out among the surrounding onlookers, who did not know that the first elder of the disciplinary hall was his second uncle. Would there still be any justice to speak of once this matter reached the disciplinary hall? Since that's the case, we can only use fists to talk. Yi Yuan did not waste any more breath. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8th layer wave. Now that Yi Yuan was already at peak 9th level essence Qi realm, an 8th layer wave was filled with incredible might. Su Yishan clearly did not expect Yi Yuan to attack right away, so he fell behind. However, he was worthy of being a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. He did not retreat at this point, but instead he advanced with similarly a palm and clashed with Yi Yuan. It actually arrived first, even though it was unleashed later. Middle grade tier, 2 martial technique, Prajna palm. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yishan's mouth as if he saw Yi Yuan being heavily injured and vomiting blood. A puny little 9th level essence, Qi realm, dared to make a move in front of him. If that was not courting death, then what was? No matter how powerful the stacking waves layered palm was, it was but an incomplete tier 1 martial technique. There was still some use when dealing with first level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Who was he, Su Yishan? Peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm, and a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. Compared to the stacking waves layered palm, the might of the middle grade tier 2 Prajna palm was a level higher. In terms of essence energy, he was more than a level stronger than Yi Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for Yi Yuan to remain uninjured. The way Su Yishan saw it, Yi Yuan was seeking death. He was wary of Wu Luoqin, but not Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was recently in the limelight, his actual strength was at best slightly stronger than newly advanced heaven rank students. 3rd level spirit condensation realm and 9th level essence Qi realm are in completely different weight CLA. SSES. Boom. A violent confrontation. Su Yishan remained motionless, but Yi Yuan fell back over a dozen steps. Su Yishan furrowed his brows. He was very displeased with the effects of this palm. The result had a huge discrepancy from his expectations. Even though it was a hasty response, he had gathered 70% to 80% essence energy. It was just impossible for a 9th level essence, Qi realm, to withstand it. But there did not seem to be major issues with Yi Yuan currently other than his essence energy being a little disorderly. A 3rd level spirit condensation realm was actually unable to completely crush a puny 9th level essence Qi realm in a face-off. Su Yishan used to turn his nose up whenever he heard how monstrous Yi Yuan was. Only now that he personally matched up with Yi Yuan did he realize the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness. No way. Yi Yuan is actually fine. That was the Prajna palm. Just now, I still thought that Yi Yuan was too reckless. I didn't think that his strength was actually so great. Just based on that palm just now, he has probably already firmly entered the martial role, right? Pretty much so. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that those watching the battle were all heaven-rank students. Among them, there were quite a few who were experts on the martial role. They were all too clear on the power of the Prajna palm. That was a middle-grade tier 2 martial technique. Furthermore, they heard that Su Yishan had already trained it to the large success rank. It had extraordinary might. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly fine after exchanging a palm with him. Yi Yuan's performance previously was indeed sufficiently monstrous, but no matter how monstrous, it only meant that his potential was limitless. It did not represent how great his strength was. Yi Yuan's skirmishes before were all within the essence Qi realm. Even Lin Tiancheng was at most a half-baked spirit condensation realm. Lin Tiancheng's strength, when placed among heaven-ranked students, was among the lowest at the bottom of the ranking. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level essence Qi realm now, the way many people saw it, he was merely slightly stronger than the average heaven-ranked students. But only now did the heaven-ranked students understand that Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to talk on equal standing with them. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that 1st level essence Qi realm rookie from a month back. He was a true martial role expert. After calming down his disorderly essence energy, Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. Hey, if you continue watching the show, then this place doesn't need you. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with Wu Luoqin's performance. He knew that Wu Luoqin wanted to borrow Su Yishan's hand to probe his strength. This made him very disgruntled. It was too sudden just now, didn't react in time. Wu Luoqin cracked a laugh. Facing Yi Yuan, Wu Luoqin put away his zombie face that would not change in 10,000 years and smiled sheepishly, making Su Yishan gloomier, who said that Wu Luoqin was dumb. He was sharp as H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered with him. He merely said, "I'm attacking. You do as you see fit." Yi Yuan's words made everyone face-plant on the ground. Even though he retreated just now, the gap between Su Yishan and him was also very obvious. It was clear that there was not much hope. He still wanted to be foolhardy under this sort of circum stance. Yi Yuan activated Instant Flash and pointed a finger at Su Yishan. Absolute Yang Finger. Presently, the might of the absolute Yang Finger unleashed by Yi Yuan already Serpa. Said the 8th layer wave. The cultivation law of the spirit, Bristle Divine King, was no joke. Courting death. Su Yishan responded to different situations using the same method. Prajna Palm was unleashed once more. But this time around, Wu Luoqin was not a spectator. At the same time Yi Yuan attacked, he also moved. Wu Luoqin swept his leg at Su Yishan. Compared to Yi Yuan's attack, Wu Luoqin's attack clearly held a greater threat. Under the two's pincer attack, Su Yishan did not panic the slightest bit. Su Yishan's movement technique was similarly a genuine tier 2 martial technique with a speed of 1.5 times higher than Wu Luoqin. It was this time difference of 1.5 5 times, which let him force Yi Yuan back with a palm first and narrowly dodge Wu Luochen's leg. At this moment, Su Yishan's strength as the number 10 on the martial roll was displayed in its full. Soon, the 3 people were locked in battle. The 2 parties actually fought to a standstill, with neither party able to do anything to the other. Of course, the ones leading the battle were still Su Yishan and Wu Luochen. Yi Yuan was reduced to a supporting cast. Chapter 113. Shaved? Chapter 113. Shaved Yi Yuan did not seem to be unhappy about being in a supporting role. He knew that he was not Su Yishan's match, so he deliberately dragged Wu Luochen into the water. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen were engrossed in their fierce fighting. He would occasionally throw in a distraction, which would immediately FLUS to Su Yishan. This made Su Yishan so depressed that he wanted to cough up blood. Su Yishan was a little wary of Wu Luochen, but his number 10 on the martial roll was not obtained through Su Yubai. His strength was truly incomparably great. Matching up with Wu Luochen, he had confidence in defeating him within 100 exchanges. But with Yi Yuan causing trouble by the side, it swiftly increased the pressure significantly. Although Yi Yuan's attack did not pose much threat to him, Yi Yuan's attacking power was indeed mighty. Even he, Su Yishan, would absolutely not feel good taking on an 8th-layer wave or absolute yang finger. However, from another perspective, this also proved Su Yishan's might. He was not in a disadvantageous position even when fighting 2 people alone. The top 20 in the martial roll are all a bunch of sickos. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen became much stronger after the last battle of martial roll. Yeah, the top 20 students of the martial roll are of a different level. The top 20 and the next 20's power difference is enormous. The top 20 students' ranking would also change, but the majority of the time it's interswapping positions. It's too difficult for those after rank 20 to try to squeeze inside. After so long, only a sicko like Wu Luochen could charge into the top 20. I feel that he might become the next senior apprentice Brother Long. I also have that feeling. This fellow's too sick. Not only does his cultivation realm rise rapidly, but his martial techniques also improves unimaginably fast. However, no matter how sick those 2 people are, they aren't as sick as Yi Yuan. That fellow simply isn't human. If any other 9th-level essence Qi realm were swapped into this battle, the outcome would be being one-shot instantly. Not only can Yi Yuan protect himself, but he can also even cause trouble for Su Yishan every now and then. Don't talk about him anymore. That fellow is destined to be in a different world from us. I reckon that before long, he would become the core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Even senior apprentice Brother Long doesn't have the qualifications. A matchup between the top 20 of the martial roll was not so easy to see. Many heaven rank students were commenting on it, but the final stop was still on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might had completely exceeded their expectations. Many students toot themselves into the battle, but to their dismay, they just could not perform as well as Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan was already much stronger than the majority of them. There were around 400 to 500 heaven-rank students in the Danwu Academy, and only the top 100 could enter the martial roll, becoming a martial rolls expert. These 100 people were all elites among elites. Most of them had exhausted their potential, like Lin Tiancheng, becoming mediocre people among the heaven-rank students. It was apparent that Yi Yuan was way stronger than them. Even the students at the back of the martial roll ranking felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of Yi Yuan. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, there was a sudden development to the battle situation. Who knew when an Azure Ta sealed sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand? His entire aura underwent a massive change. At this moment, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sword, abnormally sharp. Su Yishan and Wu Luochen were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they felt that aura, they were greatly startled. But Yi Yuan did not give him much time to react. A streak of sword qi slashed towards his head. The timing of this sword was beautifully grasped. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin were right in the process of attacking. Their current state could not easily be changed or even halted. He was being tied down by Wu Luoqin, so how could it be easy for him to free himself? This sword made Su Yishan's heart palpitate. That horrifying sword intent could unequivocally tear through his protective essence energy and directly slice off his head. In the moment of peril, how could Su Yishan be bothered to deal with Wu Luoqin? He forcefully withdrew his move halfway and dived straight down. That streak of sword qi just brushed the top of his head as it shot by. One had to say that Su Yishan's reaction was quick. The dive of his not only evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, but it also dodged Wu Luoqin's move. Even so, Su Yishan still cut an utterly sorry figure. While he evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, that streak of sword qi still shattered his headpiece. Currently, Su Yishan was disheveled like a beggar. Where was there any grace of an expert? Spirit artifact. That was definitely a spirit artifact. Many students recognized the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "My G, OD, why does Yi Yuan have a spirit artifact?" In the entire Danwu Academy, apart from the illusionary spirit tower, only the dean has a spirit artifact as well. Where did Yi Yuan's spirit artifact come from? The moment Yi Yuan's Canghua sword was drawn, it immediately caused an uproar. In a mortal country, the scarcity of spirit artifacts already reached a degree which made people despair. The number of spirit artifacts in the entire state of Qin would not exceed one hand. But Yi Yuan actually had a spirit artifact in his hand. After the astonishment, virtually all the students had covetous eyes. This truly made people admire, envious, and hate. One had to know that if a martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, it could increase their combat power multiple times, especially an attack-type spirit artifact, like Canghua Sword. And the power of a spirit artifact that could be unleashed by Yi Yuan was not even 10%. Only Crystal Formation realm martial artists could unleash a spirit artifact's true power. If a Crystal Formation realm martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, they could absolutely dominate those in the same realm. But now, a spirit artifact was actually held in a 9th level essence Qi realm's hands. What a reckless waste of Qi. Oh, D's good gift. Yi Yuan ignored the other people's amazement and just asked casually, "Now, can I bring her away?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a cold S-H-I plusva ran down Lu Ruoshue's spine. She did not think that Yi Yuan could defeat even Su Yishan. Su Yishan was number 10 on the martial roll. Even Su Yishan could not shelter her. Then wasn't she dead for sure? Arg. Yi Yuan, you forced my hand. Su Yishan was already completely incensed. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The next instant, a horrifying aura surged from Su Yishan's body. He lightly lifted both hands with the palms facing the sky. Dirt yellow color essence energy condensed in the center of his palms. That horrifying pressure suffocated people. This aura is the high-grade tier, 2 martial technique, heaven flipping palm. You have to be careful, Yi Yuan. Wu Luoqin solemnly warned him. Yi Yuan's face was similarly serious. He did not expect that Su Yishan still had such a trump card. Just this horrifying aura already far surpa. Said the power of 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The might of a high-grade tier 2 martial technique was extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his sword horizontally, with a never-before-seen solemnness on his face. Yi Yuan, I want you to know that provoking me, Su Yishan, comes with a price. Go and die. Right now, Su Yishan had already completely lost his reason. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to kill Yi Yuan. He brought both palms together and the dirt yellow glow rippled out. Next would be a terrifying attack. Ishan, leave it at this. Right then, a faint voice sounded out in Su Ishan's ear. Chapter 114. What has it got to do with you? Chapter 114. What has it got to do with you? Ishan, leave it at this. Right after this voice sounded out, Su Ishan was abruptly awakened. His aura also withdrew after that vanis. Plus-ing imperceptibly. Seeing that Su Ishan's heaven-flipping palm was stopped, not only did Yi Yuan not relax, his face turned even graver. Those heaven-rank students automatically opened up a path, and Su Yubai walked out from the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. The one who stopped Su Ishan was actually Su Yubai? What happened? Didn't Su Yubai hope for Yi Yuan to die most of all? Why did his character suddenly change? Su Ishan slowly walked to the front of Yi Yuan and the other two. Su Ishan and Wu Luoqin respectfully bowed and called out, "Elder Su." Only Yi Yuan remained indifferent. "Humph, don't even know how to greet when you see me. Indeed, without upbringing." Seeing Yi Yuan's behavior, Su Yubai's temper flared right away. Yi Yuan simply replied nonchalantly, "I've cleared the Nine Heavens Road and already have status equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple status is even higher than outer sect elders. The one who should be greeting should be Elder Su, right?" The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples had an extraordinary status. They were all one in a million geniuses and were also the target of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's heavy nurturing. They possessed many privileges. On the other hand, outer sect elders were at most just supervisors, assisting the dean to manage the academy. They did not even count as sect disciples, so their status was naturally not as high as core disciples. Hearing that, Su Yubai's face changed. He immediately gave a cold snort and said, "The high sect had not yet confirmed your status, so you are still the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy's disciple. Don't give me the attitude of some core disciple." Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "It's Elder Su who is putting on the airs on an elder with me, so I just have to make clear of my current status." Su Yubai sorrowfully discovered that he could never gain any advantage over Yi Yuan, so he could only change the topic. "Where did the spirit artifact in your hand come from? Such a precious artifact, and you actually did not report to the academy. What are your intentions?" Su Yubai also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually have spirit artifact in his hands. This truly made him incredibly envious. Su Yubai's own lifeblood weapon was a high-grade magic artifact. Initially, it was also suitable for him, but Su Yubai was already a half-step crystal formation realm. If he used a spirit artifact, it would definitely let his strength rise to another level. Originally, he did not think much about spirit artifacts, because spirit artifacts were too scarce. But now, a spirit artifact actually appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. How could he remain unperturbed? For a puny little 9th level essence Qi realm to use a spirit artifact, wasn't that wasting God's gift? How could Yi Yuan not know Su Yubai's little thoughts? Hearing that, he only said coolly, "You know that I swore a Heaven Dao oath before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. So it's inconvenient for me to report about the origins of this sword. If Elder Su is uneasy, then you can inquire from the high sect. This sword should have once had Trius fame. I believe it wouldn't be hard to inquire." High sect. High sect again. Using high sect to suppress me, right? Su Yubai despondently discovered that he really could not do anything about it. Since Yi Yuan dared to openly take this sword out, it showed that there was definitely no issues with its origins. Although Yi Yuan said nothing, he already indicated the source of this sword, Nine Heavens Road. Came from the Nine Heavens Road? Then this would be easy. Since this sword came from the Nine Heavens Road, how can you keep it for yourself? The Nine Heavens Road belongs to the Nine Heavens Road. Since you acquired the spirit artifact on the Nine Heavens Road, you should S it to the academy to deal with it. Yi Yuan chuckled. Pa S. S to the academy to deal with it? It's Pa S. S to Elder Su to handle, right? Just be candid about wanting the spirit artifact. What's with so many detours? Su Yubai's face-thickness divine art had clearly been cultivated to an extremely high realm. He did not show any embarrass. Meant after having his thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan. This elder is devoted to public interests. Don't try to slander me. After your spirit artifact is Pa S said to the academy, how to deal with it would naturally be up to the dean and the elders' council to decide. This spirit artifact originally came from the academy. How can you keep it all to yourself? Su Yubai said it with a strong sense of righteousness, except who knew how many people actually would fall for that. Elder Su's public spirit is truly touching, but according to what I know, the Nine Heavens Road doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the academy. Even if I have to hand it up, it will also be Pa S said to the sect. What has it got to do with you? Yi Yuan did not hold back his words at all. You, courting death. Su Yubai was so angered by Yi Yuan that his 7 souls were about to leave his body, and he looked as if he was about to make a move. Yi Yuan jumped up instead and yelled out, Ah! Elder Su wants to kill people. Everyone be a witness for me. Su Yubai's raging fire was instantly extinguished by Yi Yuan's shout. Yi Yuan's current status was exceptional. If he were to really kill Yi Yuan in public, his elder position could be considered to have come to an end. The charge of killing a high-sex core disciple was not something he could shoulder. He stopped Su Yishan naturally because of this reason as well. He did not think that a few sentences in, he was already swept in by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was like a hedgehog, leaving him nowhere to bite. So aggrieving. Such utter nonsense. When did I want to kill people? Su Yubai snorted icily. Do you dare to say that you didn't have killing intent just now? Yi Yuan made no concessions at all. Oh. Su Yubai had no words to say to that. He switched topic once again. Forget about that first. I heard that you want to bring away this female student for a private interrogation. Do you know that you're setting up a clandestine tribunal? Clandestine tribunal? Then let me ask you, what's the charge for offending a core disciple? You, Elder Su, can say that my status is not yet authentic, but Lu Ruoshui doesn't have that qualification, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, This, offending a core disciple. Severe cases can be the death penalty. But according to what I know, she doesn't seem to have offended you? Su Yubai said, How do you know that she did not offend and that it wasn't sophistry? Yi Yuan retorted, Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already killed by you. This matter has no other witnesses. You aren't going to rely just on your guesswork to sentence her crime, right? Su Yubai smiled coldly. I said just now, I have my ways of making her talk. If she didn't take part in this matter, then the grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. If she feels dissatisfied, I can even apologize to her publicly. What a joke! What method do you have to make her talk? Don't tell me you want to beat a confession out of her? Yi Yuan said casually, I'm afraid that Elder Su has done quite a bit of those sort of things, right? However, I'm not as ruthless as Elder Su, so I'm unable to do those sort of malicious things. Su Yubai's wrath had just subsided when it was evoked by Yi Yuan again. This punk was really someone that exasperated people to death without paying for it, forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart. Su Yubai said in a low voice, Who in the Danwu Academy doesn't know that this elder enforces the law impartially? Right now, we're talking about you. Why did you come on to me? Like that, huh? Fine then. I know that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. I wonder if you have ever heard of a type of medicinal pill called the truth pill? N. Looking at your appearance, you must be unaware. Let me explain it for Elder Su. A truth pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. If Lu Ruoshui eats it, she will answer anything I ask. At that time, the truth will naturally be revealed. Yi Yuan explained about the truth pill and also made a quip at Su Yubai. Chapter 115. Refining a Truth Pill. Chapter 115. Refining a Truth Pill. Utter nonsense. This elder has lived to this old age, and I have never heard of such a medicinal pill. Although Su Yubai did not specialize in alchemy Dao, the Su family still managed a medicinal herbs business. He was absolutely not a stranger to medicinal pills. Since he said he had never heard of it, then even if another alchemy Dao elder came over, they probably never heard of it as well. Except that these words were equivalent to stealthily acknowledging that he was ignorant. I already said that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. So how could you have heard of it before? But it doesn't matter whether you heard of it before or not. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. After I refine a few of them out, then wouldn't Elder Su know if it's real or fake after sampling it personally? At that time, I guarantee that which concubine elder Su spent the previous night with will be grilled out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's words prompted roars with laughter from everyone. The laughter only ceased after Su Yubai shot a menacing glance. Yi Yuan had extremely extensive research in alchemy Dao. He dabbled in all sorts of areas. On the other hand, most of the pill formulas in the state of Qin were targeted for the martial Dao, either to help martial artists increase their strength, or to help martial artists recover essence energy, so on and so forth. This sort of obscure medicinal pill, like the truth pill, would naturally not be recorded. The highest level martial artists in the state of Qin did not Serpa S the crystal formation realm, and their age did not get past 300 years old. Even if one was an alchemy grandmaster, how much leisure time would they have to research this sort of obscure medicinal pill? But, like Yi Yuan said, differentiating whether the medicinal pill was real or fake was very simple. Just find someone to test it out. The medicinal effects could not be faked. With so many people watching, faking it would be exposed straight away, unless the person trying out the medicine was arranged by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai naturally would not commit such a low-level blunder. Humph! Flippant child! I want to see just how you clean up the mess later. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Su Yubai determined Lu Ruoshui's fate. When Lu Ruoshui heard Su Yubai's words, she ran hastily to Su Yishan's side and pulled on his arm, begging for his help. Senior apprentice brother Su, I don't want to. Su Yishan pulled his arm back, and Lu Ruoshui staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Su Yishan was still enraged after being humiliated by Yi Yuan and felt that this woman was a troublemaker. Why would he pity her? Do you feel that it's still up to you at this juncture? Su Yishan said coldly. In Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing swapped roles. Feng Ruoqing did the series of preparation work for Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Sigh, I say, can't you just rest for a while? You just came back from the Nine Heavens Road, yet you caused another big upheaval in the entire academy, Feng Ruoqing grumbled as she did her job. Yi Yuan was seriously too proficient at causing disturbances. Even since his abrupt rise, it seemed like the academy had never had a break. Not that I'm unwilling to stop, it's just that there's always some people who keep finding trouble. Lua is my kin. If I can't take revenge for her after being hurt to such an extent, how can I be fit to be her young master? Also, how can I face her after she wakes up in a few days? If they want to touch me, then just come at me openly. Even if I'm beaten till I'm crippled, I also won't harbor such a grudge. But if they touch my family and friends, absolutely not. She did not know why, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Ruoqing's heart involuntarily quaked, and she blurted out, If I suffered like Luer, would you be like this too? Of course. Aren't we good friends? Yi Yuan said without thinking. Blissfulness instantly seeped into her heart, making Feng Ruoqing feel a never-before experience, a sense of satisfaction. But I'm afraid I don't have that opportunity, right? You're a proud daughter of heaven, the youngest high-rank alchemy master in the Dan Wu Academy. Who would dare to bully you? Yi Yuan added. Feng Ruoqing smiled sweetly and said, That might not be the case. Who knows, there might really come a day where I, this proud daughter of heaven, would require your protection. Haha, I'm afraid that it's the honor of every male in the Dan Wu Academy to be able to protect Teacher Feng, right? Yi Yuan chuckled. Feng Ruoqing blushed lightly and diverted the topic. Oh, right, is there really such a medicinal pill called the truth pill? It's also imparted to you by your master? Yi Yuan nodded and said, The truth pill actually isn't some profound medicinal pill. It's a type of medicinal pill which is applied to the divine soul, making the martial artist's divine soul give up resistance. Since there's a medicinal pill which strengthens soul strength, like the soul noris. Plussing pill, there's naturally the truth pill. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Looks like my horizons are still too shallow. It turns out that if we think about the problem from another perspective, there's actually such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This can't be rushed. Master's realm is remarkably high. How can I compare to his horizons? Such a simple logic, if I had to come up with a way, I might not be able to conceive it in my entire life. Even when his cultivation was at our current realm, he might not even have understood this logic. Only then did Feng Ruoqing feel at ease. You are right. Cultivation realm determines one's horizons. Looks like my road is still long. The preparation work is done. Start the furnace and refine the pill. Yi Yuan nodded and started refining the truth pill. Compared to during the Alchemist test, no matter whether it was essence energy or soul strength, Yi Yuan was way stronger. It would naturally not be as strenuous for the current Yi Yuan to refine low-grade tier 2 medicinal pills using the yin-yang separation flow technique. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan appeared in front of Suyubai once more, holding a bottle of freshly made truth pills. This is the truth pill. Does Elder Su wish to personally try it out? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Snort. The person testing the medicine is already arranged. I'll watch just how you clean up the scene later. While Yi Yuan was refining, Suyubai already inquired from several alchemy Dao experts. None of them had heard of truth pill. Even if Yi Yuan was a low-rank alchemy master, could he be stronger than the seniors in the academy? Hence, Suyubai had long determined that Yi Yuan was misleading others through trickery, all so that Lu Ruoshui would obediently submit. Suyubai was an old veteran. How could he fall for this sort of trick? At this time, there were even more spectators. Apart from the students, many instructors also arrived at the scene. Even those from the Elders' Council had assembled, including the 2 deputy deans. Yi Yuan, this dean has already researched the alchemy path for 200 years, and I've never heard of something called truth pill. Do you really have confidence? Hu Changsheng was an alchemy grandmaster. He had the greatest right to speak here. Even he had not heard of truth pill. This made many people have doubts about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not sense any malice from Hu Changsheng, but instead there was a faint concern. So he smiled and said, Don't worry, Dean Hu. If this medicinal pill has a problem, I will offer my head to Elder Su. I can see that he has been interested in this youngster's head for quite some time already. This punk must surely be throwing mist in our eyes. I mustn't fall for it. Suyubai kept repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan dared to offer his head, Suyubai also did not dare to accept it. Yi Yuan already had the status of the high sect's core disciple now. If he were to die mysteriously, Suyubai would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Changxing's face changed when he heard that and said solemnly, What rubbish are you talking about? If there's really a problem, then a punishment is a must. How can you talk so lightly about life and death? It sounded like reprimanding, but everyone could hear the intent to protect Yi Yuan within those words. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Ha, no use talking so much. Just try and you will know. Yi Yuan's confident manner made Su Yubai feel uncertain. But when he thought of how even Hu Changxing did not recognize this type of medicinal pill, then this pill was most likely fabricated by Yi Yuan. Still stubbornly hanging on at this time. I'll watch just how you die later. Su Yubai was already planning how to punish Yi Yuan. The death penalty was definitely a no-go, but a flogging punishment could be considered. Everything was in place. AFLUS, tiered-looking Lu Ruoshui was brought in front of everyone. Su Yubai shot an icy glance at Lu Ruoshui and said, "Don't be afraid, Lu Ruoshui." Even Dean, who had never seen such a medicinal pill before, "Do you think it can be real? As long as you can prove that this medicinal pill has no effect, not only will this elder proclaim your innocence, I'll even punish Yi Yuan severely. Understood?" Currently, Lu Ruoshui was completely fluid tiered. But after hearing Su Yubai said this, it really added quite a bit of confidence. Yeah, Dean, who was an alchemy grandmaster, a medicinal pill that even he had not heard of was surely fabricated by Yi Yuan. It was a pity that Lu Ruoshui did not attend the Alchemist test together with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have such confidence. If Wan Yuan were here, he would definitely rather die than eat the medicinal pill. You got to kidding. To be able to train that fiendishly difficult yin-yang separation flow technique to the legendary stage, it would not be unusual to refine any medicinal pill. Lu Ruoshui sucked in a deep breath, shot Yi Yuan a vicious look, and said, "I understand. Yi Yuan, since you frame me so unjustly, this isn't over. I will just try your so-called truth pill and see whether it's real or fake." Yi Yuan did not mind Lu Ruoshui's venomous stare at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "This isn't over? I'm afraid you don't have the chance." Finus, plussing, he turned to Su Yubai again and said, "Let's say the nasty stuff first, Elder Su. If I deceived everyone, I am willing to accept any punishment. But if my medicinal pill is effective and I extracted the truth, then what?" Su Yubai replied without hesitation, "If Lu Ruoshui truly colluded with Lin Tianqing to set up fellow disciples, she will naturally be dealt with according to the Academy's rules. Her cultivation will be crippled, and she will be expelled from the Academy." Yi Yuan nodded after hearing this. "I believe Elder Su should not go back on your words in front of so many people. Begin then." "Hold on." Su Yubai halted. "What? Does Elder Su still have issues?" "This medicinal pill is refined by you. Who knows what the L are you playing at? During the process of testing the medicine, you have to stand back, Yi Yuan." Su Yubai was clearly still a little concerned. What if this medicinal pill was fake, but Yi Yuan had methods to display some means to compel Lu Ruoshui to tell lies? That was also a possibility. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and quickly understood. He had a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Elder Su is really cautious. Fine. Since Elder Su is uneasy about me, just ask personally. I'll go and take a walk." Yi Yuan then threw the bottle towards Su Yubai and really left without looking back. Su Yubai instinctively caught the bottle and could not help being speechless. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so dauntless to leave just like that. However, he was still apprehensive, so he shot Su Yishan a look to make him follow Yi Yuan out and keep an eye on him. "All right, Elder Su." Yi Yuan already left. "Can we begin?" Hu Changxing said somewhat impatiently. Su Yubai's yardstick of a despicable man had made Hu Changxing not having any good feelings toward him at all. A dignified disciplinary hall elder without any imperturbability at all, and was so guarded against a junior. Being urged by Hu Changxing, Su Yubai also felt that he was a little too cautious. Yi Yuan might be cunning, but he clearly could not pull any underhanded tricks in front of him. However, caution was the parent of safety. Su Yubai did not wish to let go of any trace of opportunity to strike Yi Yuan down. He was doing this in order to punish Yi Yuan, to make him enter the endless forest with injuries. The real killing mechanism he arranged was in the endless forest, killing Yi Yuan inside the endless forest. Even if the high sect came, they would also have nothing to say. Even if Huyen Yong, Feng Ruoqing, and Co. suspected him, what proof would they have? Su Yubai took out a pill from the medicine bottle and said it to Lu Ruoshui. Lu Ruoshui received the medicinal pill, and her face changed color multiple times. Although she already affirmed that this medicinal pill was definitely fake in her heart, when it really came down to consuming it, hesitation was still unavoidable. Swallow the medicinal pill and start circulating all of your essence energy to resist the erosion of the medicinal effect. Su Yubai transmitted his voice. Lu Ruoshui shot a glance at Su Yubai, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill. The medicinal pill melted right after entering the mouth. Lu Ruoshui did not dare to delay. She immediately circulated all of her essence energy to resist the medicinal effects. But Lu Ruoshui mournfully discovered that she totally could not find where the medicinal effect went to. Her essence energy was circulating, yet she could not find any trace of the medicinal effects. Lu Ruoshui could not be blamed for this either. If she had consumed soul noris, plussing pills before, she would not be at such a complete loss. But sadly, those sort of medicinal pills like the soul noris, plussing pill was extremely precious. She had not consumed it before. After a few breaths, Lu Ruoshui suddenly felt her divine soul shudder. Lu Ruoshui silently cussed, but it was already too late now. Her consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Everyone was paying close attention to Lu Ruoshui's change. Su Yubai saw that Lu Ruoshui's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes became more and more vacant. A premonition suddenly surged in his heart. No way? It seems like it really took effect. There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Simply incredible. Too terrifying. Why do I feel that Yi Yuan is omnipotent right now? Even Dean, who had not heard of this truth pill before. Where did he get the pill formula from? Who knows? Just look at each one of the things he did. Which of them conformed to common sense? Lu Ruoshui's transformation caused a commotion. Clearly, everyone saw that something was amiss. Many people recalled Yi Yuan's words of ridicule about which concubine's room Su Yubai slept in. Back then, they only treated it as a joke. But now they could not help having guseb. MPS all over. Everyone had their secrets and things which they did not want others to know deep down in their heart. But with this truth pill, wouldn't these secrets casually spill out? If one consumed the truth pill, was it not like being stripped naked and then thrown out onto the streets? Body wanted to experience this sort of feeling. Looks like the truth pill already took effect, Elder Su. Begin questioning then, Hu Changsheng said lightly. Although his tone was calm, the shock that Hu Changsheng felt was not the least bit inferior to the rest. Su Yubai had not asked yet, but Hu Changsheng basically already confirmed that this truth pill really worked. There is actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in the world. And this medicinal pill was only a low-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. The expressions on Su Yubai's face was very interesting. There was shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. At this moment, Su Yubai's thought of eradicating Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly firm. Yi Yuan's threat in Su Yubai's heart had already greatly surpassed. Seji hangs. If Yi Yuan were given another few years, no, even just a year's time, the Su family would be ushering in an unprecedented danger. He must not walk out alive from the endless forest. Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Lu Ruoshui's 2 eyes were vacant and lackal. akin to a walking corpse. Su Yubai took a deep breath and probed her further. Let me ask you, Lu Ruoxue. Yi Yuan said that you incited Lin Tiancheng to set up his maidservant, Lu Er. Was there such a thing? Hearing Su Yubai questioned her, Lu Ruoxue seemed to have some reaction. It was just that the reaction was somewhat sluggish. Lu Ruoxue only replied woodenly after some time, yes. Su Yubai's face darkened slightly and continued questioning. Why did you want to deal with Yi Yuan's maidservant? Because I nearly killed him and was scared that he would take revenge in the future. Hence, I used every means possible to deal with him. Lin Tiancheng's strength was hailed as the greatest among the Earth rank students. He originally already harbored hatred for Yi Yuan in his heart. I incited him to lay hands on Yi Yuan's maidservant. Yi Yuan will definitely find Lin Tiancheng. At that time, I can borrow Lin Tiancheng's hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue confessed, everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Su Yubai's face became increasingly unsightly. Even though he already guessed that the result would be like this, Lu Ruoxue saying it personally still made him feel stifled. He could not have imagined that there was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world that could make people confess what was hidden deep within their hearts. If their Su family could take control of this type of medicinal pill, their power would rise tremendously. The moment Lu Ruoxue admitted it, all the students started muttering to each other in low voices. It's really her. This woman is really malicious. To actually lay hands on a little girl who is a stranger. She looks so pretty, but she's actually a femme fatale. Such a venomous woman should be killed directly. I heard that Yi Yuan's maidservant Pa S said the entry test and already officially became the Academy's disciple. This woman was actually so merciless towards fellow disciples. Truly wicked. The students were stirred up for a moment and felt abhorred by Lu Ruoxue's actions. Even if Yi Yuan and Lu Ruoxue had conflicts, Lu Er was innocent. A young lady was now on the verge of death after being harmed by Lu Ruoxue. She really suffered an undeserved calamity. At this point, Hu Changxing said, "All right, the truth is already out. Go and call Yi Yuan back." Not long after, Yi Yuan was then called back. When he saw Su Yubai's expression, he already knew what the outcome was. I wonder what was extracted just now, Elder Su. Did the truth pill have an effect? Although he already knew the result, Yi Yuan still did not wish to give up the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yubai. Humph, don't you already know? Why are you still asking? Su Yubai said grumpily. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not tell. Ah, what do I know? You have to say. If you don't talk, how will I know? Yi Yuan said innocently. You. Su Yubai was enraged by Yi Yuan once again. What about me? Just what did Lu Ruoxue say? Talk. Su Yubai stared at Yi Yuan and wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Yi Yuan clearly knew the result, yet he wanted him to say it out. Wasn't this asking him to slap himself? Su Yubai did not care about Lu Ruoxue's life or death, but he minded his own face and prestige very much. The disciplinary hall placed the highest emphasis on prestige. If he, the first elder, had his face swept clean by Yi Yuan, how would he punish students in the future? Su Yubai was currently regretting finding trouble. If he knew earlier, he would just directly cripple Lu Ruoxue and be done with it. What was the point of triggering all these? Right now, he felt that he was simply moving closer to let Yi Yuan hit his face. And this slap from Yi Yuan was pretty D-A-M and loud. Lu Ruoxue, she said. Su Yubai repeated, she said multiple times, but did not continue. Aya, my elder Su, you will be the death of me. Just what did she say? Yi Yuan gave an extremely anxious look, rousing a wave of SN. 1 GG E ring from everyone. To dare make Elder Su lose face like that. Yi Yuan was truly unique in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai had always been notorious for being cold-blooded and merciless. He had very high prestige in the Danwu Academy. Regardless of who landed in his hands, the outcome would never be good. Hence, he had the nickname of Yama King Su in the academy. Of course, Body dared to say this nickname to his face. But now, Yi Yuan actually swept Yama King Su's face away. This made many people feel extremely satisfied. It's truly evil will be rewarded with evil. All right, Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoxue already admitted to framing you and your maidservant. Elder Su, carry out according to the Academy's rules then. Deputy Dean Zhang Songtao, who had been silent all this while could not bear to watch on anymore, so he could only stand up to smooth things out. Oh, so that's the case. Scared me to death. I thought that the truth pill was no good. You should have said that sooner, Elder Su. How will I know if you don't talk? Yi Yuan gave an innocent face after getting off cheap, making Su Yubai gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yet, he was unable to do anything to him. At this time, it seemed like the effects of the truth pill wore off. Some light returned to Lu Ruoshue's eyes. Lu Ruoxue discovered that the atmosphere seemed to be a little off. Suddenly, she recalled the feeling of her divine soul trembling after consuming the medicinal pill and immediately felt that things were bad. Elder Su Su Yubai was currently seething with rage with nowhere to explode. The moment Lu Ruoxue spoke, it instantaneously ignited his wrath. Su Yubai's face darkened, and he said sternly, Lu Ruoxue, you conspired with Lin Tianqing to harm fellow disciples, causing them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. In accordance with the rules, I sentence your cultivation to be crippled, and you to be immediately expelled from the academy. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I? Lu Ruoshue's face paled considerably when she heard that. She kneeled down right away and hugged Su Yubai's leg, begging, Mercy, Elder Su! Have mercy! For the sake of senior apprentice brother Su and me. It was still fine if Lu Ruoxue did not mention Su Yishan. Once she mentioned Su Yishan, Su Yubai became even more incensed. How could he allow her to continue talking? He straightaway kicked her dantian area, sending her flying out. Lu Ruoxue gave a miserable cry and flew out. Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm expert. He kicked out right then in anger. Although he did not use full strength, how could it be something that Lu Ruoxue could withstand? This kick completely scattered the essence energy, which Lu Ruoxue toiled and moiled to cultivate, turning her into a cripple. Pooh! Lu Ruoxue sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes bright red, making her look utterly miserable. Humph! When you plotted against fellow disciples, you should have prepared for today's outcome. Right now, Yi Yuan's maidservant is dying. I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you. It's already considered light. If you continue to not know what's good for and bite randomly, then it wouldn't be as simple as evicting you out. Su Yubai came in front of Lu Ruoxue and warned while looking down from a height. Lu Ruoxue felt that her dantian area was completely empty and knew that she already became a cripple. Hearing Su Yubai's threatening words right now as well, she laughed manically. Ha ha! Your Su family really have no good people. If you have the capability, then kill me, Su Yubai. You don't let me say it, but I insist on it. Su Yishan wanted my body, saying he would S.H.I. plus ELD me. In the end, he can't even beat Yi Yuan. You have power and authority, yet you treated me as a sacrificial piece. Su Yubai, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Haha. Su Yishan also returned right then. When he heard Lu Ruoshue's words, his face turned completely dark. Chapter 118. Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Chapter 118. Su Yubai's Killing Mechanism. Lu Ruoxue went mad, and Su Yubai gave out the instruction for her to be forcefully sent out of the academy. When Lu Ruoxue left the academy, she became a wandering soul, at a loss on where to go. She was once full of ambition and thought that she could rise above over. She was formerly delicate and charming like a flower, pursued by all. And now she, Lu Ruoxue, was just a cripple, a walking corpse. Even Pa S. Sursby could not be bothered to look at her. A day later, an ASSA S. Sin, who was tailing her the entire day, stabbed her with a knife at her back, finus. H.I. plussing off this formerly alluring young lady. In reality, many people predicted this ending. It was just that there was body concerned with Lu Ruoxue anymore. Lu Ruoxue's outcome today was reaping the fruits she sowed. Who would sympathize with a black-hearted woman? After this incident, Yuan then proceeded to read thoroughly the cultivation law jade slip which Feng Ruoqing sent over, and Pas sent her a jade slip he imprinted himself. Feng Ruoqing was initially worried that going to the scripture library to select cultivation law would waste a lot of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan would casually throw her a cultivation law? She used divine sense to sweep over the cultivation law Yi Yuan Pa said her, and was involuntarily astonished. This cultivation was simply custom-made for Feng Jiro. What was different was that this cultivation law was an extreme Yin cultivation law. This made Feng Ruoqing sigh in admiration once again at how powerful Yi Yuan's master was. After settling Feng Jiro's matter, Yi Yuan directly entered close seclusion and no longer concerned himself with the academy's affairs. As for the spar with Wu Luoqin, both parties agreed to do it after the endless trials. Wu Luoqin could tell that although Yi Yuan's strength greatly surpassed said those of the same rank, he was ultimately a major realm away from him. It was still somewhat premature to fight now, so he also gave up. Following Yi Yuan's close seclusion, the academy seemed to have returned to its former peace. Then, the third day after Yi Yuan entered his retreat, another matter caused a huge disturbance in the entire Dan Wu Academy once more. Following Yi Yuan's action, the rank 1 on the martial roll, Long Tang, challenged the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was ill. U.S. triously notorious. More often than not, several years, even over a decade, would Pa S before anybody dared to challenge it. But now, there was actually 2 students challenging the Nine Heavens Road consecutively within 3 days. This was explosively big news. Although Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll, there were still not many people who thought highly of him challenging the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was too hard. If Long Tang were already confident a long time ago, he would not have waited until today to challenge it. Hence, the vast majority felt that Long Tang went to challenge the Nine Heavens Road because he was triggered by Yi Yuan. Without any doubt, all of the experts on the martial roll were highly arrogant, let alone the one standing at the top of the martial roll, Long Tang. A formerly unknown student made it past the Nine Heavens Road. As the number 1 on the martial roll, didn't Long Tang get beaten? One had to know that although rank 1 on the martial roll was termed a genius when compared to Yi Yuan, who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, the difference was enormous. Only by making it through the Nine Heavens Road could he prove that the degree of his talent did not lose out to Yi Yuan. This was a colossal gamble. If he lost this bet, then Long Tang would not even be able to keep his life. Under these circumstances, expectedly, many students felt that Long Tang was too narrow-minded, and this should not be the conduct of a rank 1 of the martial roll. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's talent had already long surpassed, said Long Tang in many students' heart. He was well deserving for being number 1 in the academy. But Long Tang was unable to accept this reality, so he used his life to wager this name. Only Zwabugawe knew about Long Tang's plan. Although he did not really understand it, it was definitely not acting on impulse. On the contrary, Long Tang was unprecedentedly calm right now. So calm until Zwabugawe was unable to grasp his depth. Just several days without seeing him, and Long Tang actually underwent such a huge transformation. Could it be that he was really enlightened? Are you really going, old Long? At the foot of the Nine Heavens peak, Zwabuguay and Long Tang stood shoulder to shoulder. Naturally, Long Tang replied casually, "Sai, I know that I can't sway you, so I won't persuade you any more. I wish you good luck then. And I will succeed." Long Tang was wholly composed, as if he was only explaining a fact. Zwabuguay and Long Tang had been rivals for such a long time. He knew that he had never been an arrogant and conceited person. But where did he get his confidence? Just because Yi Yuan made it through? Long Tang was not so superficial, right? Long Tang went in front of the stone tablet, swore the heavenly Tao oath, and resolutely stepped onto the Nine Heavens road. At the back of the mountain, in the abode of the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai looked at Su Yishan with a dark face. "Yishan, you are the future patriarch of the Su family. How can you not weigh the importance when doing things? You've disappointed me greatly in this matter." Su Yubai reprimanded him relentlessly. Su Yishan sweated profusely and bowed as he said, "I was wrong, second uncle." "Do you know where you were wrong? I should not have get involved with that crazy woman." Speaking of Lu Ruoshui, Su Yishan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. That woman was a troublemaker, drawing major problems for him. "You're wrong. It's just a woman. With your ident, one, tie and status, what kind of woman can't you have? You were wrong not because of provoking that woman, but for provoking Yi Yuan. You clearly knew that this woman came to find you to avoid Yi Yuan, and you actually dared to shelter her. If it was just sheltering her, then forget it. But you became enemies with Yi Yuan for her beauty." Su Yubai's words shot out extremely fast. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and said, "Merely a Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could actually make Wu Luochen work for him? Otherwise what? Kill him? If I didn't make it on time, even if you killed Yi Yuan, you also can't escape death yourself. Even though the high sect hasn't come over to name Yi Yuan, his status as a core disciple can no longer be changed. Did you consider the consequences of killing a high sect's core disciple? You're the next patriarch of the Su family. How could you do things without thinking it through?" Su Yubai reproved him. Su Yishan shuddered. Back then he was in the heat of the moment. How would he have considered so much? Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely fearful. Seeing Su Yishan's appearance, Su Yubai grunted coldly. "Do you understand now?" Su Yishan sucked in deeply and nodded, saying, "Many thanks for second uncle's teachings." This child understood. Understood what? Killing Yi Yuan must be a one-blow certain kill. Otherwise, hitting the snake and not killing it will result in injuries. Since we're in the academy, and I have no way of killing him, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. The result was getting skunk juice all over me. Second uncle, this child still underestimated Yi Yuan. The speed of his growth is too quick. Although he did not wish to admit it, Su Yishan already acknowledged Yi Yuan's power. The anger on Su Yubai's face finally subsided, and what replaced it was a satisfied look. "That's right. You're the young patriarch of the Su family. How you want to play with women is not an issue. But there's one thing. Never, ever, hold up important things because of women. Why did I want to publicly kill Yi Yuan? That's because I saw his future threat. Although I didn't succeed, that was just an accident. Since the matter cannot be done, then we will temporarily put it aside. Why shouldn't we make good use of such a fine opportunity like the endless trials when it's placed right there? The endless trials is our best chance and also our last chance. Hence, Yi Yuan must die inside the endless forest." Chapter 119. Preparing for the Trials. Chapter 119. Preparing for the trials. If it was before Yi Yuan tackled the Nine Heavens Road, I had full confidence in killing him. But I don't have that much confidence in killing the current Yi Yuan, even though he can't defeat me, Su Yishan said with knitted brows. Su Yishan had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan. He estimated that his strength was roughly around rank 50 or so on the martial roll. He naturally would not take to heart this level of strength. But if Yi Yuan was bent on running, he really had no certainty of holding Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan would not stand there and wait stupidly for his heaven-flipping palm. Su Yubai retrieved a pill bottle and said it to Su Yishan. This bottle contains spirit essence pills. After you consume, then, take these 2 days to break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. After you reach the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing him shouldn't be difficult, right? Su Yishan's eyes shone, and he quickly received the medicinal pills. To the top 10 geniuses on the martial roll, the allure of the spirit essence pill was enormous. This could be seen from Su Yubai and Long Tang's wager. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, the difficulty of breaking through realms would increase tremendously. With spirit essence pills, it would be equivalent to saving a great deal of time for cultivation. Some people, when they get stuck in the minor realm, it would be half a year gone. At that time, it would not be so easy if they wanted to catch up to others. It had already been a while since Long Tang got the spirit essence pill, but he did not use it this whole time. One could see that he viewed the spirit essence pill equally importantly. Su Yishan said confidently, "Not difficult." Of course, not difficult at all. As long as I break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing Yi Yuan will be a simple matter. Su Yubai nodded his head. Clearly, he felt that this speech was not exaggerated. Su Yishan was the best seedling in the Su family. Otherwise, he would not be so heavily nurtured. After breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, Su Yishan's combat prowess would surely advance into the top 5. Among the top 5 students on the martial roll, only Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The rest were all at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Su Yishan enjoyed resources far beyond other people. If he could not even get into the top 5, then he could forget about his position as the young patriarch. Taking care of Yi Yuan was naturally easy for the top 5 on the martial roll. I've already asked your father to send out the Chang brothers to cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. They are currently already concealed inside the Endless Forest. Once the Endless Trials begins, they would target Yi Yuan. At that time, make contact with them and come up with a foolproof plan. You must kill Yi Yuan. Remember, if you don't move, then stay low. Once you move, you must kill. You absolutely mustn't give Yi Yuan any breathing S.P.A.C. Understand? Su Yubai said in a low voice. This was not a discussion anymore, but an order. He knew that Su Yishan more or less had a young master's attitude, and might feel it was beneath him to cooperate with those retainers. But no matter what, achieving the goal of killing Yi Yuan was the most critical objective among priorities. The others were of no significance, including Su Yishan's pride. Long Tang charged out of the sea of fire, looking rather ragged. However, looking at his eyes right now, it was filled with indescribable Esther. So this is the 9 Heavens Road. Although it's exceedingly treacherous, it's also a limitless treasure trove. Long Tang gasped in admiration. Long Tang could not compare to Yi Yuan. The first stage's concepts to Yi Yuan was simply unqualified to make the cut. But to Long Tang, these concept checkpoints were remarkably perilous. But after the dangers, Long Tang managed to grasp some things, letting him reap many benefits. Long Tang did not continue plussing. He meditated on the spot to comprehend his harvests just now. Long Tang's strength lied in his perception. Otherwise, what right did he have to seat at the first place of the martial roll when he was only at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the top 5, only Long Tang alone was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. His combat prowess was evident. One had to know that there was a minor stage gap between the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Hence, he could also comprehend some things which others were unable to on the Nine Heavens Road. It was just that this way his clearing speed became exceptionally slow, showing a sharp contrast from Yi Yuan clearing the checkpoints. After 2 days had Pa S said, Long Tang merely made it past the first stage. No way. Isn't senior apprentice Brother Long going to have his face slapped until it swells like a fatty's like this? It's already so hard for him to make it past the first stage. What should he do about the later stages? Sigh. This also can't be helped. If I were rank 1 on the martial roll with my position being challenged like that by Yi Yuan, I might also come and challenge the Nine Heavens Road too. Forget it. Looking at senior apprentice Brother Long, I reckon that it's going to be very tough to come down from up there. After all, not everybody can create such miracles like Yi Yuan. And I think so too. Although senior apprentice Brother Long is incredible, everyone unanimously agreed that his degree of monstrousness is inferior to Mo Yuntian. If senior apprentice Brother Long had confidence in challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? Sai, forget it. Let's leave. It's going to be the endless trials in 2 days. With senior apprentice Brother Long's speed, I reckon that he won't make it in time. As the endless trials approached, many students dispersed from the Nine Heavens Road. The foot of the Nine Heavens peak promptly became deserted. 1 day later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was still 1 day before the endless trials began. He needed to prepare some things to bring into the endless forest. Yi Yuan knew that this trip would definitely be very perilous. He already offended Su Yubai and Su Yishan thoroughly. They did not dare to make a move within the academy, so they definitely would not let go of the chance called the endless trials. But this journey to the endless forest was imperative for Yi Yuan. He had no choice but to take this risk for Lu'er. The medicinal pill Yi Yuan was planning on refining for Lu'er was called the Essence Yang pill, a high-grade tier, 2 medicinal pill in the divine realm. This pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also exceptionally harsh. There were 3 core ingredients in the Essence Yang pill. All of them were exceedingly rare herbs. Only this sort of dangerous yet resource-rich place like the endless forest would have it. Also, Yi Yuan happened to know the location of one of the core ingredients. This core ingredient was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python inner core. That was also because Yi Yuan took note of it back when treating the 7-colored flowing cloud python poison for that brawny man, and asked for the whereabouts of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. But he did not expect that it would really come in handy now. One might say it was coincidental, but in reality it was inevitable. Yi Yuan was infatuated with the alchemy Tao in his past life and would naturally be very interested in rare medicinal herbs. This sort of good habit also carried forth till today. The 7-colored flowing cloud python possessed a divine beast bloodline. Its inner core's attribute was extreme indomitable yang, perfect for restraining Lu'er's frost poison. And the other 2 core ingredients were similarly extreme yang plants. One was called Crimson Soul Gra. The other was Pine Yang fruit. Although these 2 items were hard to find, they were not undetectable. Through Huyen Yong, Yi Yuan already roughly knew the possible locations where these 2 herbs would appear. But the 7-colored flowing cloud python had incredible might. It was a middle-rank tier 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a human 2nd stage spirit condensation realm expert. This was also an extremely THORNY problem for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan still had another objective for going to the Endless Forest, which was to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Chapter 120, Who's Protecting Whom? Chapter 120, Who's Protecting Whom? The Essence Yang pill was incredibly challenging to refine. Even Yi Heng definitely could not refine it. Hence, if he did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, It would be entirely useless for Lu'er even if Yi Yuan found these medicinal herbs, however, although breaking through to the spirit condensation realm might be very difficult for other people. It was a simple matter to Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor. Close seclusion for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's realm was not fully consolidated yet. Otherwise, he could break through to the spirit condensation realm right now. His advancement speed from the 4th level essence Qi realm to the peak 9th level essence Qi realm was too swift. Even though comprehending heart, like still water, eliminated the hidden dangers brought about by advancing realms too quickly to the extremity, it would affect future cultivation if not properly consolidated. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless about this. To talk about the best way to consolidate cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly to experience numerous fights. And what the endless forest lacked the least was demonic beasts. Yi Yuan could fight and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. One of the preparation work Yi Yuan had to do right now was to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill called Spirit Surge Pill. This medicinal pill could increase the probability when impacting the spirit condensation realm, if it was transcendent grade, and it could increase the probability to 100%. Refining the Spirit Surge Pill with Yi Yuan's current strength was a breeze. Furthermore, other people required half-step spirit condensation realm as a buffer when impacting the spirit condensation realm. It was entirely unnecessary for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the past experience of impacting the spirit condensation realm. Compressing essence energy to him was an extremely simple matter. Hence, there was completely no need to tread on thin ice like the rest. After tinkering the whole night in Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan finally settled everything. Yi Yuan saw Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiro after leaving the pill refinement room, but not Huyan Yong. Feng Ruoqing's face had thick worry written all over it, making Yi Yuan very curious. What happened, Teacher Feng? Huyan Yong has been temporarily transferred out by the academy. He headed for a small city at the borders of the state of Qin to take care of business, Feng Ruoqing said. Yi Yuan understood in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Is Teacher Feng being transferred out as well?" Feng Ruoqing could not help commending Yi Yuan's nimble mind. She nodded and said, "There's another batch of students going to take part in the Alchemist test tomorrow. It's still going to be me leading the group this time. Actually, Teacher Huyen was originally preparing to enter the Endless Forest to protect you." Haha, what a move to lure the tiger away from its lair. However, if they want my life, they got to have the capability first. Not only was Yi Yuan undaunted, but he was also raring to go instead. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing could not help being concerned. "Yi Yuan, I know that you are very strong, but your current realm is too low. Why not give up the endless trials trick this time around?" "You pass," said the Nine Heavens Road. "Even if you don't undergo the endless trials, they also won't dare do anything to you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No way. I can afford to delay, but Lu'er's condition can't. Helping her to suppress the frost poison will only last for another month at most. At that time, even if my master personally came, he would also be unable to save her. Relax. It's just one Sui Shan. I still couldn't care less." However, Feng Zhiro had a disdainful look right then. "Looking at your supercilious appearance, you'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Are you still uninformed? Just yesterday, Sui Shan already successfully broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Now, even if I match up with him, I might not gain an advantage over him." Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to Feng Ruoqing's speech manner long ago and did not mind her disparaging remarks in the slightest. "Oh, 4th level spirit condensation realm? Indeed a little troublesome." Yi Yuan stroked his chin as he said with a frown, "Humph, no fear now. I advise that you better stay in the academy obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lose your little life." Feng Zhiro continued to land blows. Yi Yuan stared at Feng Ruoqing and suddenly grinned. Already cultivating the water-defying incantation. Not bad of an improvement. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is talented as expected. I believe that with senior apprentice Sister Feng protecting me, there shouldn't be many issues with this trip, right? Being said like that by Yi Yuan, Feng Zhirou's pretty face blushed lightly and pouted. Who wants to protect you? You, a big grown man. Still need women to protect you? Aren't you ashamed? Oh, please, it's true that I'm a grown man, but I'm also your junior apprentice brother. A senior apprentice sister protecting her junior apprentice brother. Isn't that perfectly justified? Furthermore, you're number 3 on the martial roll. If you don't protect me, could it be that I have to protect you? Feng Zhirou wanted to continue arguing, but was interrupted by Feng Ruoqing. Zhirou, during this endless trials, both me and teacher Huyan have been transferred away. Now, only you can protect Yi Yuan. Even if Su Yishan broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, he's unlikely to be your match. As a matter of fact, you also received great kindness from Yi Yuan. Slightly repaying it is also expected, yes? Feng Ruoqing then turned to Yi Yuan. Zhirou this la S. S is thin-skinned, so she's Imbara. S said to thank you. I'll say it on her behalf then. The water-defying incantation is simply custom-made for Zhirou. These 2 days she cultivated day and night, and said that her body's ailments have been relieved considerably. When Feng Ruoqing said that, Feng Zhirou's pretty face became an adorable red apple, charmingly alluring. Who wants to thank him? Humph. Feng Zhirou left like fleeing after saying this. This la SS. I really don't know what to say about her. Feng Ruoqing sighed. Haha. Junior apprentice, Sister Feng, has a genuine personality. It's just that she's a little unruly. Let her be. Yi Yuan just laughed it off. Feng Ruoqing also did not know which neuron was misfiring. She suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, what do you think of Zhirou? Ah, pretty good. And Teacher Feng isn't matchmaking, right? Yi Yuan suddenly reacted and retorted with a question. Feng Ruoqing's pretty face was flushed red. Actually, I feel that you and Zhirou are quite compatible. Feng Ruoqing did not know why, but when she said those words, she became dispirited for no reason. She felt empty, as if she lost something. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Teacher Feng hasn't settled your own affairs yet, right? Thinking about finding a groom for your niece already? Aye. Feng Ruoqing panicked and blurted out, I'm infatuated with alchemy Dao in this lifetime. I don't wish to waste time on this. Feng Ruoqing already regretted it right after saying it. This was cutting off her route of retreat. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Don't randomly be a matchmaker anymore, Teacher Feng. This job isn't suited for you. Haha. Feng Ruoqing flushed again and really kept mum after that. This counted as Yi Yuan declining Feng Ruoqing's good intentions. Regarding the matter of finding a Dao companion, Yi Yuan really had not considered it. He was shouldering a deep blood feud. This road in the days to come would be incomparably UMPY. Being his Dao companion was not so simple. A single misstep and they would die, with their Dao dissipating. At that time, wouldn't Yi Yuan be in even greater agony? Just as the two were silent, the entire academy seemed to be in a buzz. Yi Yuan involuntarily lifted his head to look and saw a streak of multicolored road pouring down on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. After several days, the Rainbow Road reappeared. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. Chapter 121, Long Tang Returns. N. Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road? And they succeeded? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Feng Ruoqing also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road. It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed. Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Feng, watching, shook her head and said, "You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous." Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Feng Ruoqing's statement. He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Feng Ruoqing would really perish if she entered it. All right, the endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first. Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people. Because the strength of black rank and yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to partake. 1P 8 in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway. The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the rainbow road reappearing. Each one of them was struck dumb by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zuobuguwe looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through. Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zuobuguwe murmured to himself. Zuobuguwe sucked in a deep breath and could not resist looking for Yi Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was that person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation. Just what kind of magic powers did Yi Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zuobuguwe did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Long is truly talented. He made it past the Nine Heavens Road as expected. He is fully deserving of the number one in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice Brother Long challenged the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan only used the greater part of a day to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable, okay? Furthermore, Yi Yuan made it past the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Qi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice Brother Long can defeat him with just one hand. Also, as long as one Pa said the Nine Heavens Road, they would have the status of the high sex core disciple. Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice Brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will SS him before long. Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the number one person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the Nine Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhang Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the Nine Heavens Road. Haha, truly invigorating. Two geniuses who made it past the Nine Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high. Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future. Hu Changxing also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile, "Truly unexpected. Heaven is protecting my state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy. To have two peerless geniuses appear consecutively." Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the Nine Heavens Road? What was there to be KY about? To actually use the status of the high sex core disciple to suppress your father. Now, Long Tang cleared the Nine Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Su Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs. This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as MT Tai for the next few centuries. And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the Nine Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the Nine Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the Nine Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully, complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! What a fine Long Tang! Truly remarkable. Indeed worthy of being number one on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh. Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but Body dared to say anything. There was a vast difference between whether Long Tang Paes said the Nine Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the Nine Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the state of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this." Worthy. What's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute number one in the academy. Now, you even cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving? Su Yubai said, smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder's solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Mo is a senior who already left the Danwu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him. If I did not clear the Nine Heavens Road, I could perhaps still numb myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is. This tea of number one, Long Tang dare not accept." Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder. But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhang Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. "Dean Zhang, Long Tang came here for two matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just said the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhang will allow it." Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for partic. 1p. Aiding in the endless trials. Zhang Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, "Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter?" "The second matter is to express thanks to a person. Without him, I couldn't have cleared the Nine Heavens Road." "Oh, there's such a thing? Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in sing the Nine Heavens Road?" Zhang Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But Body knew the answer except for Zhuo Bugui. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions, trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it? To actually be able to help senior apprentice Brother Long Pa S through the Nine Heavens Road. A heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the Nine Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the Nine Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice Brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister? The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the Nine Heavens Road, right? You don't say. There might really be that possibility. It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice Sister Fong can match with senior apprentice Brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right? I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Teacher Fong has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice Sister Fong and senior apprentice Brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live? The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece. Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears. Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look. Hearing the crowd's discussion, an intangible killing qi spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right? Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have Pa-S, said the Nine Heavens Road. Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks. Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar. What? It was actually Yi Yuan. How's that possible? It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right? Yeah. Also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level essence Qi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice Brother Long? He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the Nine Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now. It couldn't be that senior apprentice Brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the Nine Heavens Road, right? That's too sinister. Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What could he help Long Tang with? Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him? Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words. This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people, even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast. Did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies? Was each one of them plussing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat? You all are geniuses, yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all? Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware? Hey, are you mistaken, senior apprentice Brother Long? When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent. You've said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me, but I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you, all the way until you charged bravely into the Nine Heavens Road. Finally, I was enlightened and found the path which belongs to me. Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's the case. Haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile. Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous. Just keep being smug, brat. I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry. Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. Her. I'm still not Elder Su's match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me, but it should be sufficient for you. It's still more res. I plussing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai, and the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang, do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. TSK. Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice brother Long cleared the Nine Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud Sect is already higher than yours. So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the Nine Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhang Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, All right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the High Sect's core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy, yes? I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhang Songtao's words were clearly partial toward Su Yubai, but Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud Sect. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined, a pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the Divine Realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had to pass it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. All right, even if Senior Apprentice Brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle, I will definitely go, Yi Yuan said heroically.